Good morning, good morning. A better view for TikTok here. Boom, boom. Hello, hello, YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello, and welcome today to another beautiful, wonderful day, another adventurous day. See what is in store. So, if you've been with us in the past, on the regular, if you're part of the fam, well, then you already know the flow. And if not, well, we're going to address the Divine Mother, the Divine couple of different forms, in a very loving form and a very protective form. And then we're going to connect with the Divine Father. And then we're going to find our, and then we're going to really establish the child's connection, the divine child's connection, which truly is who we are. That's what each great has reminded, at least myself, of the past. And I would hope everybody else that we are another child of many children that they've had. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kilimantonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kilimantonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kilimantonket, the divine mother, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breast. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kilimantonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up your voice, thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke most graciously to initiate our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinemadonkhet are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Kinemadonkhet are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, are ours. Kemetonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikupatera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinemeton Ket, and receive our ayakana, our prayer. Thee we worship, we invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kinamadonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Olsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship, ascension. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elder shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Osada, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kenementonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenementonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isa, 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 all said, all said, all said, Kenementonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnalum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Phuket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasadi, Lady of Tisharan Sahar, Mother horizon of the heavens, and the attack boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hisra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nephilim, Depamiel Shinyu, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopateara, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of war, Sekhmet, queen of the wasteland, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellions, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanim Depkamiel Shinyu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crown, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Mezor, greater than Isa, Sephiparam Hasrafu Tishtif, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bas, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt of Amerita, Lady of Marnu of Sol, Lady of Turastol, Lady of Tepnef of Akur, Lady of Aru of Yarden, thou art the Neteret, Amiseshet, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one, Tekahara Sapusaram Kakara Metsaviparam Hasarapu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Netharim of Kamiel Shinu. From the Anat of Kamanu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Netharim of Kamiel Shinu. Preserved beyond death that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken. Then, encircling one, we lose ourself in thee. Homage to you, Hikopateira, and hail to the Nethanomid of Kamiel Shin, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopateira Sasatim, hero of Ayakara of our prayers, thou art the great I, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanumidavakamielshin, you Lord of the great throne, Hikupatearatatin, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Unalum who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anad. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Tatin and the Kaaba, the living, were created in the image of Hikupateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. He was created from the thoughts of Hikupateara's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikupateara's tongue. Hikupateara's heart guides the Anad, while Hikupateara's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad. Hikupateara had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikupateara called the names of Shu and Tupnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A tumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikupatira, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikupatira. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikupatira is the creator of all crafts and trades, for Sefiparam Hasrabu Tishtif is the great defender and beloved of Hikupatira, for Nefertum, protector of the two lanes, and for all the Nethernumadevakamielshin, you of Memphis. O Ornathonumadevakamielshin of the primeval mound, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made the heavens after the conception of Umna Lum's own mind, who suspended the heavens by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikopateara. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious Nethernumadevakamielshin, you of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anar, then thy mysterious seed, like a beast, thy son who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anar. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Sasatim, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Sasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Sasatim, Tartenet of millions of names, hear our ayakana, hear our prayers, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikupateara in the Cobb mansion, thee, Hikupateara Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bet, our ears are apuat, our nose is kinshifts, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kipara, our neck is kenemet donket, the divine mother, our hands are kenemu, the neb of tu, our forearms are nath, the lady of Sais, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Isod, our reins are the Lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Siket, our buttocks are the eye of Hiru, our hips and thighs are Nut, our tongue is Hikubateara, and our feet are Hikubateara, our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of Samnatanum Dekamiel Shem. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Huri shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Nethernumadevakamiel Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of older times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Higoptearatinen, we give you our heart, our hands, and our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, Hikubatearatatinan, we give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikubatearatatinan of light, May your light be our light, O Hikupatera of mercy. May your compassion liberate us, giver of all to all of creation. Such does the outflow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikupatera Tatin, O Hikupatera of light, light and mercy. Hear our ayakana, hear our prayer. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hero the King, may rest upon thy throne as the King of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath their feet forever. Make Hikupatera Taten and sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather and shining ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Netanumid of Kamiel Shed alive, radiating. The Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakar Netar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Gab. You assembled your own flesh. You counted your members. You had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence. No mother who gave birth to you. Let us go. Let us sing for Hikubaterasasate many hymns. Una Lum, whom created the Nathanumadev Kamiel you, the men and all the animals who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on Lum's behalf of creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Hikupatera Sasatim, south of his walls, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikupatera Sasatim, Hikupatera Sakar, Lord of Shariat, and Isor, Lord of Rostov. May you allow our car to come forth in the day to see the Atan Ra. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom first has been true to Satim, since first we were on a card. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Asar, celebrating in the district of Bakar for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy for the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikuptiara Sasatim of the emerald skin, a beautiful face with a postish beard, wearing a skull-capped crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikuptiara we invoke and evoke thee most graciously of thy own free will. Bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown home. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 orsemito kishabu barani shimtorina, hai, orsemito kishabu barani shimtorina, hai, orsemito kishabu barani shimtorina, hai, abra, 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 abra. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending where you are. I hope you're doing well. Let's check it. Yo, Ricky Spanish, bro. Cast magic missiles? Are you kidding me? I love you, bro. Uh-huh. If you ever played a game called Summoner, we're going to start on our jam, speaking blessings from ancient languages from all around the world. Um, at 3:33, so here in about 11 minutes or so, 10 and a half minutes, we're going to start on that. But there's this game, and after you beat the game, there's this credit, and it's on YouTube. and it's just dude. It's got the hero, and it's got another dude from the game. It's it's a role playing game. It's RPG, and but this is like after they're all in a house, and the bad dudes, like the big bad troll dudes, there too, right? Yeah, and the dudes, the troll is just like he's just being a fool, and but the dude, the summoner, they're playing D&D like with dice, and the summoner dude is like the main character, and then there's like another dude. He's like dressed like looks like a police officer's outfit, but and it looks in that fashion, anyways, and my futuristic or whatever, and and he's like I cast magic missile. He's like, no, you can't do it. You see, like you didn't actually call forth the components before coming into the situation, so you don't have what it takes to be able to cast it. And then like the freaking monster he's like, I just want some Cheetos. Are there any Cheetos? It's freaking hilarious. So if you know about that stuff, I think you're pretty cool, pretty swell fella. I looked at those on TikTok. We got a better view for you. View wasn't on that great the day before and before and before and before that, but we got a better view now. Bada boom. Now I'm gonna move you over a little bit. I'm gonna face you that way a little bit. That'll be alright. See how that looks. I think that'll be better. A little bit further. Let's get the altar. Got the boat. That's what we want. We got the boat. Want the boat in there. That's a for sure thing. The boat. Oh yeah. And be over here in this camera. The boat. Which tribe? The human tribe. The human tribe. Um, some of the stuff that I will be reading over is in Crow, so it will be from the Crow tribe. I do have that goes back to the Aztecs and Cherokee, and there's a Lakota in there, but it's like West Lakota. Um, but I've interacted with the Blackfoot tribe and kind of really like, I mean, I don't know. To me, at least in these days, if you're tribal, that's family. I don't care if I had a difference. Uh, I still be his family and a friend and an ally compared to the rest of civilization in the world. You want to connect with the planet just like I'm connecting with the planet. We're going to have a lot of similarities. We're going to be able to really jam and hang out and have a good time. And so, really, tribal for me is the way to go. Tribal is the somebody one time they were like, what kind of style of clothing you got there? And I was like, well, I guess you could label it tribal or ancient. It's not just old; it's ancient. Like we're so old, we going ancient with this one. The perfect student. What about people interfering with your spirituality? Ha! Okay. Now, nobody interrupts my spirituality. My spirituality doesn't get interrupted. Not anymore. At this point, this is a flow for me. Now, on the lines that you're talking about, I am connecting with you. And what's the name? I want to get your name here. That was the Perfect Student 5. I'm gonna put my email in here. If you want to shoot me an email, I'll shoot you a copy of my book. And if you're interested in some other books, they're Google Docs books, so I can give you access to them. And if you're really interested in this kind of stuff, I can shoot you into the correct direction and boom, take off. But going back to your question, your quandary here, Let's see, because that was actually a pretty darn good one. Dun 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 dun. Hold on, I'll find it. You had something good, and then all these other ones popped up there. What about people interfering with spirituality? Okay, so perfect thing, perfect moment. I'm outside. I'm having a bonfire. Everything's controlled on fire. Nothing's getting out of hand. Everything's correct. But I'm also cleaning up the yard. There was a lot of stuff that needed to be burned up and done away with. So it was work that I was doing as well, and the work had come to a close. The fire was there. I had the water hose going, and so the water was good. I mean, I was in the desert areas, and but there was homes and stuff around and stuff. So it was a day when we could have a fire. All that was good, and so I made sure that. And I was in the middle of having a ceremony. I was literally in the middle of having a jam of the moment. Like we're gonna start here in just about 5 minutes or less, or so. 3:33 on the hour, Eastern time, 3:33 anyways. And in this regard, um, the homeowner came up, and she was quite livid that the water hose was on. She was angry that the water hose was on, and she literally, um, I just kept doing my thing. And she literally said, if you don't go turn the water off right now, you don't have a place to stay. I literally stopped what I was doing. I walked over to the water hose. It was already off. I got picked up. Hey, look, it's already off. It's already off. In that moment, I knew that was no longer a place for me to stay. I knew that that person was no longer I could ever mix with. So it helped me identify a new element in my life, that when I'm going over my jam or my ceremony, when somebody comes up and they want to be belligerent and interrupt me directly, that kind of interruption, that fallbacks on her. That responsibility doesn't come to me on the spirit. There was somebody totally disrespected a moment of sincere energy transfer connection, and well, that just told me, well, that interference will never be in my life again. And so I started making sure, I was constantly looking for somewhere to move on to. Otherwise, interference that comes my way, I absorb it. I absorb the energy, and I learn the tactic. I learn the strategy. And once I learn the strategy, well, shit, I could dance all around whatever they got going. I know their strategy. I know their fight moves. So, if you're a fighter and you've been fighting for a while, you know that the reality of fighting is it's just a dance. It's just a dance. If you know the sequences, you could dance all around it and not engage at all, not even get touched. You don't know the sequences, you might kind of get out of whack. If you're in synchronicity, if you're in alignment with the universe and the elements, your own chakra and everything, and you have no will to hurt or touch or harm the other person, naturally the energies are going to be like a magnet repelling itself when the poles are the wrong way, and it's pushing the magnets away from each other, not drawing them to each other. That's literally what happens. I've been in a situation where there was a gentleman literally 3 times my size. He was literally 3 times my size. We were in a kitchen about the size of my room, had a table in it too, and refrigerator and everything. So you could imagine the room's even smaller. And this guy, 3 times my size, he could not get his, he should have been able to put his hands on me and cream the crap out of me. And dude couldn't touch me because the alignments, the energies, they were two complete different zones. He was in a mode to fight. I'm not. That's not my energy. So we didn't make contact at all. He couldn't do that. So in those kind of situations and ways, the interference is really just more information, more knowledge, more wisdom when it happens. If we don't go through the experience, we don't know it's a real thing in the world. It's just a story that somebody else told us. But until it happens to us and we get cut and ow, 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 what the hell? Well, we gonna make sure we don't do that again. We heard people tell us stories, but until we got nicked, oh shit, then we changed our behavior now. And that's the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge, you could know everything there is to know about anything, but it doesn't mean you know how to apply it in the situation. That's the difference. That's practical application is the massive difference. Being able to use that knowledge, being able to use that information to actually have a positive impact of your life. And so I found a great benefit in seeking wisdom. And in seeking wisdom, that's beyond one teacher, that's beyond one book, that's beyond one experience. And if you want to keep learning and growing in wisdom, well, then you got to keep having experiences, and they're not all going to be kosher. 333, there we go. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of wind, Baal, fight the blight that's be dark and night in our right. Zekiel Kampazi, Anakampazi, Dingakia Kampazi, Dingananakampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your heckle and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Zisekyo wasn't put right ahead Hirosha and Jusiruka got a Kudijin was more Hakuratsu was I paid the two Gudi Shakins and Astaramen. On Bashiramantaya Suwagum Bajamanatayas Varan Nunanina Nunaran Dumam Strong when he shined Hedaya Suwagum Shanaya Yantrayas Baha on Bami Bron when G Trashi Batano Suwagum G Trashi Atrashi Varanas Baha Ruda King on the throne, Chong Hanging Krong, Hong Chongking Strong. Or Hayaba Sharmatayas, Wakum Hayaba Shamanatias, Vaha, Hemon Honking Kong, Unamakusano Madano, Namahas Matabashanam Ham, who hay Rodugula, Ringo Honking Kong, Unanai, Mayas Wakum Yayamayas, Vaha. Wawi will string of gonging grong when he sure he but I saw a com shorty hitch and over Chibatis Faha Nunin and Nap king on Pum on Sherry Chibatis Wakum Shia Ibaratayas Faha Ganging grong. Unada pasano suwako manakati bubabi bobu bear bor bobo bear ongamen. Reynolds is a Q waivers and Putura, they had Hirusha, Hensuzeru guy, got a Kutigen, was more after to give us the doors I paid to do with the Shakins and a Saraman, Parashakushu Baru, Girmak, Balmamula, Ball, Pogo Gena, Bolo, Palana, Bareko, Sharabak, Stanbara, Saruba, Preco, and Belu, Moshanabo, Peruni, you been a campaign, and Belu, Google, Kaligar, Bedishu Gila, Gobolo, Gimo, Mosho, Gorizuma, Bobo, Maruka, I gave you big complaint number of Bokalamu, Kinigi, Vilani, Shashumashanana. Saronim Barmaratu Zisi Machina Maniki to Mutuku Ratiki Lugulu Persi Dorkin Mangai Goresi Cornen Kikon Peru Derke Karina Pelaku Panu Tuku Agaku Mashkarsana Zagari Mashti Sharu Malaba Pedro Godoma Rata Korba Martuku Rakorius Sarulu to Banmaskin to Dediku Kim Lugatan Makio Panu Tuku Nataluga Makio Panor issue Saroliman Banat do Sari Masikaranu Zulomana Tarabo Gibil Balin and Taramadu Tagatuku Mashmashti Sori Mashino Corso Sierra Pedic Kerikobruza Kanpa, Lugalab the Borani Board, Yakingu Baradi Moadu Kakuramu Ninuam Gashti. We are also the Nopras whom is found perfect before the Nethanumid of Camille Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses has the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto newer life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronopus, the justified one. We are he whose body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum of Camille. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliar with you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail Tahuti, making victorious Hassad over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fairness of all. Day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand, the Jed and Jedjetu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, once Tahuti. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Barni tu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kirimitronket, whom loves us, protect us now. We render your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Donovus will confirm. The set and Nevi Sorapi shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Linushki, Lili Saxora Petum, Articuli Turkni, Ishli Bialo, Armesher, Germesh, Arilu, Sayanse, Yemilara, Turumukia, Isaya, Riagaria, Biesha, Biesha, Jirega, Dubira, Laka, Isaya, or Riega, Limetukuru, Kimakutri, Tilishami, in Azumria, Isaya, Zumria, in Azumria, Biesha, in Azumria, Zilika, in Azumria, Dubira. Inazumilata, Inazumilata Tara, Inazumilata Te, Inazumilata Garuba, Inazumilata Saranika Nish, Mashkatulu, Tabatunu Nish, Gipi, Alkimu Tamatunu Nish, Madug Mashmash, Alani Tamatunu Nish, Gishpakamakunu, Tamatunu, Inazumilaya, Tabarasama. Ya, Dunani, Nani, Perik, Bakar Baiz, Bakar Baiz, Hakar Baiz, Babakar Baiz, Hakar Baiz, Perik, Nini, Badun, Nani, Yakar Boria, Boyarim by War, Yaksaki, Yasak, Turti, Soru, Kikulu, ya. Om Shrim Vajvavarkaniye Hrim Vatvaha 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 Om Krim Vajvavarkaniye Hrim Vatvaha Om Hrim Vajvavarkaniye Hrim Vatvaha Om Shrim Vajvavarkaniye Hrim Vatvaha and Ushubam Giga Tsuki Shrigo Gata Sisara Maraye Guru Kalama Siniku Dinkarin Nam Guru Nexonin Kugaria Shishumur Utu Siana Kapasi Kia Kampakalu Bara Dantar Bara Yashak Bara Gimbara Larbara Maskim Bara Utu Bara Pabara Latu Bara Subara Karu Bara Ruku Bara Kolor Bara Litu Bara Utu Soladin Nazuladin Nazum Ugim Soladin Nazumula Nazu Dingil Soladin Nazu Maskin Soladin Nazu Baradi Nazu Yana Kapasi Munisika Baregi Nagi Jorgi Shur Masha Sigar Baregi Zigashum Nai Zisha Namtayin Dori Sharki Ugu Agbaran Dagu Dianom Dea Sara Savito Manda Mandiga Varti Nana Sarjisarna Sani Vista Kero Kurovan Kaditi Hariva Yaran Maya Vopor Sangha Karam Naskaran Mantra Hrim Mantra Yarnama Hrim Ravar Yanama Hum Surya Yartam Hum Batapatam Hum Karikar Hum Hapusnakam Hum Hamiaram Bahari Yarnamaha Hum Hrim Mari Kariyat Nam Hum Maria Yatam Hum Hrim Savita Nam Karikar Hum Havaskara Nama Hrim Prasri for Sori Yana Yanamaha Parashi Ayasas Namaskari and Kvata Ye Karvante Dene Dene Oppression Balamir and Tishus Tesham Karaji Arte Hong Kring Mong Heruas or Hong Kring Bong Shimashka Shakapia Kashapia Mustafisti Yakimati Norkutushula Limni Shulu Shula Tuku Epitashunu Pimamena Duina Tikili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blui Shunulin Shumanakulu Ordinin Shunuli Shumanakulu Tari Tanama Shaluti Shakrishapi Sharushi Arkushu Shurti Arki Shortu using your Goko Shabakam Bang to be Gera Money and Lani Goria Mariki Kishpariyazi Yazi Ringa Kampayan Kimo Dukur Semitor Shabu Banana Shamtolina, Hai Kishbar Bagi Bil Bagyarazi Kamaka Marnu, Sharil Nakanushi, Shariul Kakushi, Shariulini, Yuli, Sikumushi, Shariuli, that Kumushi, Shariulini, Kumushi, Yulini, Kumushi, Shariuli, Katin Kumushi, Shariuli, Daniel Lakin, William Kutina Zumuli, Taparasama, Agamasaratu is Masarati, Shamushi, Shuduri, Sharim Nutizi, Zanimelana, Rabuti, Shimayabati, Dina, Wati, and all Sikumushi, Line, Yamasarati, Masarati, It's Masaratu, it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Yaravaloni, Shamashkori, Masaratu, Yamasaratu, Zikia, Camparo, Maneski, Yashatabara, Masaratu, Bara, Vishnu Krim is not there, Nam Sam Kumbara, Yartamahadu, Mutab Kubera, never Koro, the Promptly, Datu Bumi, the Viamaton, Dumatam, Sekum, and the Nanda, Mtari, Nekaptatu, Kisare, the Samsar, Mercy, Sultara, Misana, Mahuman, Sayat, Marcopus, Tasatatu, and Ayamaran Rapi, Cormison of Nukasak, Satanam, Sakantakis, Wexakatek, Agaran, Neneka Bektag, Nangarisar, Tefsaruna Pek Marcola, Kutu, Tata, Lagni, Magnari, Yarnama, Omam Yamari, Yarama, Sataraya, Marana, Happy, Seki, Sarunam, Secta Partic, who we care, the Korean and Yarta. Normatuianu Vianian Tigarak Saxam Samarak at Nam Home from Varunari at Nam Haim set Parura Umbata, Sermalaya Maranim Senokim Setseki Serunam Sexaruna Pegments of Seruduni Kupetera Mautundurata sitting Garanaka sitting Garki Peo, Biomiam Bayor, where the Marmati Morcola Borulu Morbatu Ziring and Anakbasiting Gerki Kampa. Strata Tulu Tataraka activity Takala Yadu Yani Deo Umprim Bramarne Namahamu Maharam Salia Metacano Capru Devon Caprasha Caprim Padamra Malulu as activity Taka Nishratina Bumahaja Sarmasati Omuko the Sakers to Nuberaru Tepmes with Thor Om Prim Hom so ya Yarnamaha, Om Prim Shrim Chandra Yarnamaha, Om Prim Shrim Mangali Yarnamaha, Om Prim Bambori Yarnam, Om Prim Brahmaspati Yarnamaha, Om Prim Shrim Shukrar Namaha, Om Prim Shrim Samchana Yarnamaha, Om Prim Robert Om Prim Kitvernam Hajakusumi Samkasham Kashia Payam Kim Tamorim Sarvapa Pagna Pranotoshmin Divakar Shankati Shorabam Kishor or Tranava Sababam Namami Shisham Somam Shambor Bukur Tabushar Nam Darani Karbam Vidu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastanta Makalam Paramamriam Kukreka Sharmabro Perna Parimamburam Sumiam Guru Petam Tamburamiam Javanam Chari Sharanam Chakurum Pinchana Sani Bamburi Butam to Pesham Tam Namami Briaspati Nimamuta Kutamri Alabamdi Yar Paramam Kurum Sarva Satra Pravataram Barka Vampranamamiam Nil and Janasama Pasam Ravi Putramiam Grajam Chachai Ratarna Utamna Mami Sana Swara Mata Kariam Mahavariam Chandra Di Kavi Mordaram Savikal Gorbasam Butam Tamra Hum Pranamamiam Prasa Pushpasam Karshan Taraka Graham Sakom Rono Ramakom Guram Tom Ketum Pranamamiam Brahmano Moradi 300 Ricari Panosha Shiburmi Sutabura Shoguru Shoshukra Sharinga Ruketu Sarva Grahamama Super Paratam Gurume Shanti on board was for on Tata Peter Guravasia, the Irmahi, no Prachuraya, on Tata Hari, on Tata Swaha, Nanasin, and Namra City, Asini, and Askana Masa. Kapama Bakabati, Yanana Kapama Shorai, Nanazia Kampa, Yamagia, Gamagia, Zagastana, Kiash, Takuish, Naboguru, Bokorios, Morcorios, Yatrotu, and Kartu, Yazir, and Bos Mozar, Sea Fortness, Kampa, Nathakas, Shin, Kalaskan, Panabos, Ataratus, Kampa, Yagashia, Sasha, Kolomati, Gashia, Makari, Story, Yagushia, Yanana, Yarden, Yarastapa, Macha, Karani, Yaramilu, Yashi, Tari, Kampa, Yalma, Kampapi, Sarma. Bayi, Absolur, Mashutudu, Yaduria, Zaranuxi, Sikapari, Yatariet, you, but I like Yakan, Paziting Rudu, Yakan, Paziting you, who are sure Yakampa, Jistazira, Dukan, Yashtakan, Payana, Gormasabarun, Gormasabaru, Yanakari, Yazian, Karkampayan, Karian, Yazian, Gardening, Yakanpa. Iar cantala makia tara pamaru marakum parus maragumur paru sigaya dagia garia mababor nesio marutuku yatuku sorim sugorim zarim zazikarim zazana karabai zikelo kuku nim kmanu yardu ya dari yazi tu bargu barku berteriku baga kampa bazi zigzag babazak baro no liganu shubya kiap suki shrigi kurada shisramari yading lamas ni kuningani na Ku Yes Mur Ujuvajina Vajin Prasaso Mamju Shakla Karnatana Makoni Pradani Devi Ubhati Pradandi Ranu Pratham Charasi Vishvarde Ushu Devia Martia Vivarti Chandrata Ratari Aranti Arkvavarum Tusi Armaswar Shvar Ran Yarvarna Portar Yorushar Chibubarni Vishvar Gitarsia Mortarsia Petur Samara Mortarcharani Yarmara Chakarani Yarva Normaliasiar Vavrasva Vasior Nevachin Bartima Gorni Arti Svasarasiar Partni Svaharajanam Tisim Barikas Ramsar Antarti Valparatra Arparti Viara Char Borg Ushar Sambarti Prarvo Parada Vam Namasa Timor Malroda Parjos Rajar Roshana Rosharan Barsam Durkatara Varti Divor Keta Borgiavna Parti Rodasi Chitrasar Parti Marka Ursha Sambivar Team Bar Mameshi Drarni Lambarki Mar Maretasia Borar Narushara Savar Mishariano Lorasma Mahim Trasia Nasia Marvia Chandreva Bar Numbirate Pratra Devikati Namaha Katiyani Mahamariya Mahayogi Yadeshwari Nam Gupsur Tam Devi Parti Mekuru Namaha Devendrani Namastur Biam Devendra Pribani Vivar Gorkiam Shri Krala Param Chardehi Me Ring Kati Yankai Swaha Shring Kati Swaha Shankara Sankarshan Morshi Pabhyarvan Sarai Purusha Chatushte Labib Chaparti Medehi Kurkuru Swaha Kati Yankai Mahamadam Nan Mahari Origin Party Narango Parsur Devi Party Mekuru Ternamahe Tuarti Shankara Inkiarni Yatatum Form Shankar Priyata Tatum Mankorikyu Karayarni Karantas Dur Bamum Devendamastur Yam Devendra Pripa Mimi Vivar Hambari Argumor Yam Shrinkaram Chardehi Miram Hung Namahe Gori Shankar Hanikini Yatatum Shankar Priyatatat Lam Kuru Karkiani Karan Kantar Satur Bam Osäker med de keseperum hapu tishtif hatur kata estat diane demerte kali nadna chimani to from mother into her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. No tono 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 Ombar Baswa Hat has a bitter Varnam Barcos was had a Mahidi Onyo Prachudai, Ipsosip Shoship Shoship Shosh, Coronshun to Torota, Torora, Tarora, Tarora, Ratua Brahada, Bra, Gung, Gong, Yang, Ying, Yang, Gong, Kong, Kling, Gong, Bong, Gung, Kung, Ching, Kutong, Gong, Dong, Bong. Malabaka Kedaglu Marata Korbara Duka Kudama Zari Mashigaranu working Ubaremu working Ubaradi Muzari Mashigaranu Waruka Kudamo Aruka Kudamu Lugadar Marata Korbama Lapaka Aruka Kudamu Sari Mashikara Ubaremu Kudamu Lugar Marata Korbama Lapaka Kedag on Trambakam Jamesum Dimpusti Haramor Varu Vameva Matthew Banat Yormokeri Arter Namaha Hum chum chum krum krum mau kup che ari ke chum chum krum krum hrim shim shim shrim 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 hrim hrim shrim shim chum chum krum kup che ari ka kup che ari ka kup che ari ka chum 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 mama re agri porana no porwazi kin mai shukrai ar na shum shrim hrim pasrame de ki sukrai swaha Kring 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 Kali 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 Swaha Shabista Medei Mahali Erno Thanking Jo Ju Lang Tin Chun San Ching Jo Ju Lang Tin Chin Jur Shur Hoshu Chue Shur Shur Moribo Soko Boribo Soko Boribo Umberbot Baswa Tata Vitor Vanyam Rigoda Vasya Dir Mahindi Nino Kratchudayar Pamadeva Trivastita Sura Kanva Parasar Ravi Sami Antra Kapila Sornarka Yashna
Porkia, Parwarsha Jamarni, Kormal Mokgalia, Saloma, Sariasia, Corsereca, Barsa, Polastia, Bornduco, Barsa, Manarada, Siar Pagaya, Treus, Nicas, Norbu, Brati, Pranti, Tristor, Charti, Ate Jar, Tarvari, Ate Sarvari, Turti, Ate Durti, Verrat, Prasta, Rambarti, Curti, Pacarti, Gorti, Samsurti, Axaramti, Borbor Vaswa, Jorte, Smarti, Ani, Rajaparti, Somaisana, Vita, Ridia, Brasti, Ametra, Baruna, Barca, Armen, Carasa, Vasta, Pusandrakni, Vayor, Vamardeva, Metra, Baruni, Vispardeva, Maturka, Vesno, Basu, Lutra, Kubera, Asfins, Caratri, Mantro, Argni, Vayu, Surya, Casas, Yarma, Voruna, Brasmarti, Prajarnia, Indrganarva, Brusa, Metra, Stabasu, Mar, Surmangia, Vardeva, Asvins, Prajapati, Aksara, Tarva, Rama, Vishnuragni, Vayusuri, Sarai, Vidya, Mingeres, Purpir, Borga, Almen, Gandhara, Pusametra, Varuna, Vasta, Vasur, Vamardeva, Metra, Varuna, Jevis, Vardeva, Vishnu, Prajapati, Sarvadeva, Kubera, Asvins, Brahma, Varbadevi, Priya, Sartya, Viswabhadra, Violazioni Praravarjari, Santa Carta Dorga Saraswati, Viodrume, Visalasa, Vayarpini, Vimalatomo Paharini, Sixme Vayawarmi, Jari Vasa, Parmalvia, Parasorba Badra, Prepara Privi, Parpasagi, Vayur, Casa Garda, Rasarupas, Pars, Sadar Pasapayu, Paraparni, Vargarana, Vijera, Caxus, Valax, Rutro, Plana Marlas, Parna. Burivana seras manakaras shartiarti mancharti shatoriur tarni yar charuria ya barabara yar kanpa isnikarabi yar ya santi joju ju ulankin jun sharnchin Giorgio Wallington Junior Warren Worm Jorter Yaring Yornle Changu Watin Jurun Jordan Yoran Lair Shurun Pu Huatian Jun Ocean Jingru Bailen War Sharing Jingru Bailen Dol More Jor Sherry Ansho Tinjun Shor Sharing Shor Tinjun Shor Hang Sherry You one Share Sharing Jun Shash Ho Hoosh Ser hoje o ser cure ser anteu jogo furgi churre da vez o que for ser forsen chu hasco for ser ne chu hoş fuşire chu hoş şueşe for şor fuerşe meşi. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Merde Rame 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 Sasturna Taturia Ram Varnane Umneaka Yartamha Umakanandari Avera Heva Gratune Yardi Mahitano Nadi Prajudaya Pakatunda Mahakarya Sori Koti Samaprava Nori Kordam Kuruma Devar Sarvar Karya Sarvara Sri Koro Surasuru Surashnish Mane Mukure Ragu Parki Mosa Surju Raku Borhi Jani Kumar Kumar Borhi the home Mohara who less of the Garche Hariman Yani Gunsu Garche Karpistu Hundo Kujargaram to Tatli Padam and Jani put the Papan Sertamaha Mahavever Gamba Sharagi Kumarini Vors Americas and Gikan Rapori Sudesikaran Kundo Kushi or Hosh Warsho Voroshe Vioraje Karmoros Lore Hursoshe Sankasu Farkisrin and Dantesh Prata Mahajagvardan Vijara Vankuni and Tichatra Kam Kash Karibe Kuato Prabhu Shari Tisurbi Korasia Rabla Karsita Yasri Korosaran Suruj Rashnish Mane Mukurisura Parnora Guparte Majo Jasurjo Jakupar Char Borhin Tarun Janiki Sumiro Paman Kumar Barbori Vidier Bukumo He Karohu Kalesapi Karche Hariman Gan Gun Sugarche Karpistium Loku Jugaram to Tatali Badanami and Jani Pudupapan Sorta Mahama Havera Gambashani Kumarini Varsamerika Sangi Kanchan Varavares Sakaran Kundaku Chiketa of Washo, do Varse, Raje, Conte Morcher, Kursorchen, Kosovrakisnin, and Dentvish, Pertapatan, Via, Gudia, Titratram, Kosh, Caribe, Water, Perusaritis, and Bicorasa, Rumlakan, Sitaman Basia, Smaru Darti, Tiarhiti Karva, Vicar Dari, Lankajarava, Pimaru Dari, Aswarside Hade, Ramachandaki, Kansanvari, Lari, Sarship, and Wangia, Giari, Sri, Raguba, Harashi, Olari, Ragubari, Baru, Bertai, Tumam Priari, Perlati, Sambari, Sahas, Perlantum, Oro Yaskar, Veuskar, Ishri, Parikan, Garde, Sankarik, Bramari, Munes, Narad, Sarat, Sahite, Sayanku, Pordik, Porn, Keka, Vikupor, Karhi, Kahan, Keltumu, Korsograve, in Kenar, Mirai, Rash, Partine, tomorrow, Mantrovi, Varsha, Manalankas, Warbari, Sub, Jarjana, Yug, Sahasha, Jojan, Barbarnu, Leyo, Tarimar, or Forjanu, Prabu Mutrika, Barli, Murmari, Jarati, Lanki, Garfa, Shanarhi, Dorgam, Karjar, Garke, Jerte. Suramurga hatum heti teram duahara tu muragvare ordning yarbi nu pasarte subloklar hetum hari saran tum rakshar kahu kudarna padsamharo opeten kun lorkan kerkanen pe bord besashni karnar hina vena via jabnarn surne vena sorog hare sapira japar daran terhamnu mabera sangat sehamnu monjord ve man bechan jan ju vai support tappes ve Rajatin Kekad Sankotum Sarja or Manura Jurku Log so Higar Michar Van for Pervejar and Yuk Pertaptum Hora or Procedure Ojear as a Husam care to Lakode Sornik and Dan Room Harde Ashasir he Narni he Kerdata Uswar Jen Janki Martaram Rasa Yan Tumhara Sasara Rahura Upati Kerasa Tumhara Barjan Ram Korparve Janam Jandan Kerdur Basrave and Karagu Ver Porja Janam Janam Hari Barkar Kahari or Dev Jani Jar Terhi Hanuman He Sarve Surkare Isankar Marte Mite Sapir Josimir Hanuman JJ Haruman Gosin Kripkaru Gorulev Kernahin Chopper Kor he Jurteri Badi Mahav Soko he Joria Par he Hanuman Charisa Borgeser is a rigores to Sira Sarahar Chirkis are Sorari mean there up of Naim Zonk Amahan Mongomor Rubram Lakarsita Sahiro Daria Basa who's or Boob. Maharaga Jorsi Savarasata Jahum Van Horikanesh Ranam Charandi Vayam Namaho Omim Him Shri Mim Glomim Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varumuki Varumuki Tini Namaru Derutini Nama Jamajabini Nama Mohini Nama Sabati Nama Sarva Producer Services of Vark Sidas Jordan Mugati Jivaram Kurus Krambasam and Glow Diet Hatau Masraya Pahatswa. Animani Mane Shira Sherita Shamishavi Tazamuku Tabi Shavi Shavi Sobi Shavi Shai Shai Genisin Bichavi Tadan Kobashar Nebita Batatan Epitid and Dana Kurim Kuria de Sugar some body Peggy after Tarumari share the Sugan Kushana Basha should I matter the Matashana Roto to Shara Shara Shataya Bado Mane and Tayas Arabakodu Mukia Ratan Hate Chineri Chiari Naditonadi Kabi I can Kadadis and Adamatu Vichukuru Borishari Achi Devi Adandai Tana Taitana Kushade Tana Shadation Hachi Borasene Surubarane Batani Surubatani Shubatani so you have Shari so you Karane so you hire Lasso Garate Services Car and I Serbasaru Masherte Serbasaru Kyo Sharaya Togi Shai Shinekiri Dai Anya Manya Mamane Serita Samasabita Vesanta Mukta Mukta Sababa Samajaya Sina Santa Samated and looked at this Sarni, did you have been Tadini Vista, Metade Parisuli, Kulimukuri, at the Parade, Sungai, the Sama Celebrity, some good Necrosan, Nicori by this Matrasiat, the Roto Sai. Babuta man in ties for Hashval Hama Hashvallow, Gittu but the body Tini, you done in the bodies for heart, a day, not a day, but not a day, not in Kunadis for her, Kari Kadadi, Mataki, Passes, Visari, is for her, it made West for her. Katani, Tamaparixi, Sarasara, Kuzwan, Katisima, Dano Pati Patani Patali Swaha, Honor Mara, Mormi, Mormeri, Jelly, the Sharmasha, Loto, Weshani, Dur, Mordi, Mordolo, Shore, Lu, Weshulu, Shankshulu, Shore, Shari, Shari, Kidney, Shandi, Shehlu. Lor nia lor kerpo shorbo jerkisha ni min pirti abiandulo min lorti abandol moli shorli joli mor joli loli bo loli shor jasi er san mo salu foto pigi li gir der damo bo risier der darsan disekelia Chiosciarmi por sciarlucimi mardo, lo mando ciari, lo dolce, lo eccia, iadolie herpo, lo morro, landoia colimo, hercoli, iogermo, geria, lo por denelli, rinelli, Dol por dir ye sherni we sherni chi sherni nyali sherni nyali chi por di erli nano no aliana luna lu jula lu ekami kermi kuli karanto li janto li modeng ki chankor li pulu sharni adi lu li tirmi iti lu eti lu Titi lur luni 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 luloji loji 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 doji 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 noji etandi tantul body tantul body tarantul yor sherli tarantul jortoli jortoli jortolor pordi por lor shermi samo dor ni apodoni sapo por shapo dor ni Jole porol shelling cat polor charni selling kernier kiertu nia senkat ker sen kat pokier di ria no sering kierdu loelori bolor di sapo sen kierdi san mordi kerlandi sapo damo boli chardi sapor sa dolor dior jor loe no kerligen ne piligirni di sasing sahu ong hong chong ong chong bong him so ong grang ling glong gong sar gong sar gong gong kim ong chom ong sing haring ara ong heru sar ong grang ling glong Tăng hình vuông ông trắng hình vuông ông trắng hình vuông ông con hình hồng cho nên vuông ông bấm hình vuông ông sống hình vuông ông con hình vuông ông sống hình vuông ông hình sinh hình khí hình vàng đùn đón sống hình vuông ông con sập vuông ông sinh con sinh haring ara ông hero sor banking so ông vong the vuông Danny Chinadon Bashada to come Shukunadon whom Shona Roman as a Babatra made an oram that is Harum Fuku Jota Mobi Serayo Hujino or Muru Kadali Madagis Vaha which the Musamo Bagabatni Sinsai on Rudus Forus Valatis Lucanas Vatus Sadanis Vaha Johanjis I Boso Blolix Vaha de Sishi Bosom some churches as Vaha Tarabos Namas Batabo Haram Kuruna or Babetani Taninis Vaha Sinju Sinjin Kanjis I Boso Pasha Dharma Kanjis I Boso want to Baba Home Fats Vaha George Kanjis I Boso Manha Kurun Karis Vaha Jordan Kanjis I Boso Patonis Vaha Nori Kanjis I Boso Pasumran Vaha Sata Om Pasha Hanya Boso di Shishu Tavi Jayis Vaha Pujum Boso Shamiswam Monjo Bosa Makana Moroko Boso Matri Hajis or Boso Maha Havis Marius Vaha who Corzo Boso Nan Classical Barrio Malek Mali Molis Vahan Corboso Gotis Vaha Corboso Kendrobadis Vaha Mal Namasumata Vasanam Kanamorosana Sote Home Tratam Usanto my home Sumarnation Bahum Josh or home Park Mundari my home Namster home Taido whom my home Srikala home comes Vaha Congoria my home of Vajurax home eyes and my home Araga Rosinis Vasha Sarvaja home from Lucas my home Arurkness Vaha Sinishidoji Vahaji Kutan Madarasara Pramadan Svaha Jojo Naviraki Petais Komokutrum Viropaksanen Swaha, Tom Biswana is Swaha, Benzite, Nom Satisfied Swaha, Taikokutum Kalari is Swaha, Kichicho Trumala Kasari is Swaha, Karitom Maliari is Swaha, Takin, Romre as Swaha, Marishit Nomarisi is Swaha. O my Brambra Hartnem Serari, Brambatorum Petamari, Mahe Haranya Garbari, Adir my Brahma Prachuraya, Chatormukai, Mahe Mesur, Yadir Mahitano Brahma Prachuraya. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Sol Sharang Brown Brahmamo Brahma Jajar Nam Pratarma Purushanti Mara Purusho Benapa Guru Brahma Vishnu Guru Guru Devo Maswara Sor Guru Sakshat Paramashta Shmeshri Kori Namaha. We second up have cat Pentium Kabin Ho Roti Afim Kit Nebo Su Tunis Rati Hop Pasti Taro Tui or Amsterdam and Besek Martin Muse or two to Arabati Martu for a room Carmuse Karun Karmetian and the Pepsaraku Peru Secretary and Babu in the Pentim Sepu I am above by you Gerhi Nehe cold Nehim Nipurchase or Tefane Picharbu Tramprem Torsia Bosi for Riti and Riti Vinga Turving Promota Magis or Shergotor Lori Turmania Tormots Kerlotor Scorpia Pier Gertov in Freakley Fretley Wardin Vergeta Free Verday Turkeys Virten Gessier Goss Verdays Virtorden Border and Field to go 40 we Gorbis Corrivier Sergier Area of a song skill for late Skordum Skerfi Serving Garvin Ganging Skefu of other Iran, Huran, Nikor, Kon, Kus, and Kuroski, only Brifreni, Biflendis, Vitors, Vidir, York, Nislep, near Help Galmir Svogun, Trofium, Fumos, Dear Heeds, Lead, Veer, Live, Devotion, Nikot, Hamel, Picar, Gungo, Gepi, Galmir, Udin, Memory Board, Bisla, Ordin, Valley, Vale, Soup, Munga, Belgium, Mill. Ost-West, Süd, Garasa, Tour, North, Night Angle, 40, Otoner, Terling, Sertaiski, Vaccine, Mundi, Peri, Lunas, over, Motors, Fins, Beer, Kirki, Sermio, Airplanes, Harty, Hormi, Sorni, Army, Video, at the Bowl, Gold, Shaming, Work, most door, Ring, När ni de nordrios vi visst vi att gör Berlin norr när inte vi får bo för bomber norr mor fick ner vi går nothing of dorin filik väldigt troinleg i virter dori ori du från varje fili hors Reovel hier hopers hier vir bjuskar fina ja fingrar kinskardi frosti finkinar. There is here for that is good with a big lake near him, be a very escape game lay of flame at lane, bit blame by space as food fasting, where the living boss passure as in free glory. Inaya Panaya Vishnu Maria Manasa Maria Visayama Gosh Bota Dariam Visataraya Daraya Samsara Sagata Radi Viarla Parimala Paribus Garande Sri Pari Para Verne Baria Chiarte Varne Saria Pipera Pagarme Nata Ham Nama Mama Kinas Bam Samudro Hitarengagva Karana Samudro Nataranga Ranaraka Gabina Nujala Nujakala Mihanutra Mitra Sardoras Vartina Bavarti Kim Bavataraskara Marciate Beabrot Rai Ravata Sardava Paramesvara Palik Palioba Varta Papa Beito Hamdamula Mandera Sundaravana Viharna Govinda Baba Jaladi Matara Mandara Paramandara Mara Panayata Bameta Yaraya Coronara Maria Saranam Sarabarnita Vorgo Coronoiti Satari Maria Varana Sarosha Sarava Sartuiti Sri Mataram Ham Sampari Prajakarasya Sri Govindarga Vart Purja Parasasya Rimachakaraga Baga Varta Kortosar Paristutram Sambornam Kubarunan Srida Rajarajudana Svaradana Shri Preatar Motara Dario Danik Priya Dame Varata Daya Varantu Daya Vrata Divya Laksana Samponondina Rajana Rasarak Daya Lakshmi Daya Samarujo Daya Lakshmi Vyarajita Daram Rupo Daraburi Damra Samra Sona Saraka Yang Baruni Lamboni Lampari Padlakani Yartani Gunarani Skarmuni Ruparava Navarnaga Samarajo Navasanga Pravataka Manske Charatisa Mahaguna Karar Virtaya Shringo Yasana Sarta Yashana Bushara Sarka Raja Kandro Ramardi Ranjargo Rajo Prajita Visita Parsiarta Biar Gambar Namarna Savijayo Vimaluvan Yuvanduru Jana Pasala Virpasa Priyatarmo Veragi Visutur Muka Sobe Sanana Sakti Samaverta Samantana Rata Sormia Sorpatana Radi Raka Subritus Lava Soma Sokaranto Narharda Kana Priya Saksavara Bevar Vasu Garajitas Bahana Samprito Akilanda Pravartakavio Kana Santos Varatana Priya Ala Kaprama Pasi Hankam Prapi Porciara Tauta Piartur Tanabe Rababu Navara Harna Kinona Sobesrona Kaka Pravartaka Salakshmi Samaryuka Yato Malavikra Rajulu Perlu Perlu Sulasana Sulava Survarga Suratus and Kamar Priya Santa Surkan Upes Svarta Surana Vegar Hasarvar Kamarshno Marti Sarvar Karka Sankara Saradara Srimam Parambara Jorta Parapapara Samadikura Sampana Saranyo Dena Basala Parubakari Barina Tanundi Yasani Paranta Sarva Kono Petra Suranda Savai Parva Visato Vipadia Anar Yarda Kala Prophet Trams Serbirvedene Denentena Pramnud Brusa Sriam Devendras name Hamni Disri Kuberas Tram Charya Kuberia Vishravani Yatanatanya Dipatar Yanatanya Samruteri Me Teri Tapari Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Vishvara Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kubari Ashtalakshmi Mamagri Hedanam Padaya Padaya Yarnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sahaswaha Om Hrim Acharya Kubaraya Vishravanarya Dana Shararya Sarvaloka Vasankararya Danatanya Dipadarya Danatanya Ruderme Artahitavarya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumari Artama Om Jaya Rajaya Vermaya Sarya Demana Kubarya Prachurayar Zikia Kampazi Anakampazi Ringar Kampazi Ringar Anakampazi Kugi Mukampa Ziki Kampazi Anakampazi Kampazi Anakampazi Ringar Kampazi Ringar Anakampa Mashkarisana Zikia Compasiana Campa Zikia Compositing Gerki Compositing Garana Campalu Alap the War I Bo Zikia Compasiana Pa Om Namo Hum Trapara Nusumbargo Magata Betroya Sonbani Orgosani Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shakopashi Ravada Kadambi Sonbani Snubahum Vaja Parum Shrim Ling King Glom Kataya Barabara Charmeva Shambara Yeswa Hatat Porshari Virmaya Bakranundari Adir Maitan Judayat Shanti 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 Kanhari Yaksayar the Mahom Kamkat Patayat the Mahalum Bro Rayat the Mahom Ring 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 Gopanatari Avitar Barhe Bakar Dudari Adi Mahitano Dadi Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Klim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholili Asya Jamane Sarva Sutrum Smara Samarak Shemalabam Kurukuru Dushukra Hamum Fatma Arunam Kuruna Terang Vijash Interpretation Kusha Pushpa Para Babari Pira Hamedia Babari Babarat Name Shrimal Marak Nishri Teres Panes Vardi Chitaki Kuznak Samburi Gilabu Korea Sumoria Toria Baru Sasra Charo Baru Samarbita Sarakis Varupa Peshaya Kurin Kuno Kushu Pala Mono Puksha Shor Godanda Pajatan Matras Ekanisharana Prapapora Maja Prabhanda Mandala Champaka Shoka Porna di Kalasika Chakoro Veda Manashan Kaneko Terra Mandata Stami Shonari Parajan Dalikistana Chukita Mukun Kamanam Nabi Vishisha Kavaranas Mara Mankali Yakuratorana Jelik Barkalakshim Parivara Machanami Nuchana Navat Bush Babara Nasana Veraja Tekadi Tadaskari Nasabarana Basur Manjali Group Kanapur Manuhara Tranka Yukali put the Dapan Dupa Matara Parmaragi Shiladosh Paribabi Kaplo Boa Nava Petruma Pambashina Korea Chara the new Gumas City Petrikamanchik Paramorasi Praticha the City Petra Pata Bisham Swaha Saki Parkilakam Street Petrika Prijo Tom Tapaveni Ugarisari Nasakrom Kiasa Parama Raserta Masarasi Praticha Nama Mahasaramuki Street Petrika the Pataya Nari Diomisha Yartama Skuria Hasakari Yartama Pario Paka Kari Yartama Nabor Yoga Yartama Samagiri Hari Nes Kromusibiam Nama Tim Prashadibiam Nama Ramari Piam Nama Ramik Piam Nama Anin Kanasipiam Nama Krom Karakarata Nama Iti karinya sakromadai atamarim sebesar vasaram kamakai humnimri vasar kromasrai vatiti serengini sebut surumiarti di panania di terga Maria via discardis pada pini di pati di vasum coming pump yami kan summer coming commencing kemapis pajami pam paya pami kan tu pam krapi ramalami ke te pran swami pam na tamai ki eta ramana mani biar terami sum ki subokara pajam sumar pami chopam malaman to mama male Maria sobre matur sobre pini kata pergi selingas sesamanya siri di bawah rumah terang ring sila ko prezion trema to sleep di betul matur kren malam kedua ke ribe heri apa saya besar him dong baik am kim rom pas bahas sedangkan nah asa kromadai harta madai im subas serba sah am sekai vasalam kapakai nim tri pas kromas lepadi ti sang ini bob surmer kritik bi mai kadrom terapeutik ma david sekali di pasti di bede he bara surdun juga meng pang bu jam di temi ke kadam semua pameng sami ke ya pu pa jam mi para mi ke demang kura piri am hari mi ke kadam semua mi matar mi ke yam terman ne bi yam mi supra beki sombra ke para jupo sam semua pami semua pam bu kira tri ko nama sukara japam sere para tum me devi prasana mi sere japan talaman man tromon pamale sabada rampeti subaba kurusi me patro ya sobiram kadahi me omrim sitia nama hingga salgana pogna om no socorro sortir abbiamo otto sortigo mat lecture sky no meo af materski per dire I joke bicala her kendir mi ricordo me name on ma hem dalla verdi ver ter jok por spiritual per bors force of monk morgen jordan oro borno bors mo por bom mek for dai of you neo mai harima ni ore vi mak vi me ran for more ner ben or boss or the boss your mer bhv was as under ne share ne will go near jok ports ne va ne open main cap was kunga in Gresworthy bors your near bors bom your pure pairs at me kor me rent ko tu sor skern sor ne sterna pos kron numero ki sor bors sorten sering magna lo ore mi jorubu sor ni visio bors orli arti martni visi avarmi kin artistris non ne visio bors la pigare quenchen kuro rextul kinin kopar barsko mo ko kuno ko mo kon mo ko pru morkin Artuog ni gandar tora kaptan komor til jodo sena berli para sortum bumbu at lol blu ops me bobo at the tau tongersko or tori go bru til frui torne titir bo gru for brains better gains for kongorli ones player for more borsam er short more conjunct and engaging quello stol killing go parka dukes everskeri for go fructos picture or principle you plain was mossos montero por prim for guru and durin on or prim licken more compor por ojo bus cherm boring salbi un bol pero gori por pinka nior es bor ser dia meus for gi por smuk no bronco hefro in orin look lu berna prim res friend Guardior usior mores pref der win mordin embrace mer orca terra per truk mogo ciela per la bixomnista de turun keneter tuon plegater run ogolende trum elephant windwars in windwars wooden war for wind nor so serious this two federal monic loon comfort all for in tweer dwars in deron dwars for rig Wherefore league in Warsaw series as free to free nature lin more than grumble no voice way rich quitter lordy so we go to what we ring or voice or rose column senti facility to restore companies nisi printus corgis virti violent dozen tools if se kringen dominus or bin service restart nar vis cris now in the filias ser the possibly was the investigate Tomatos omnipotentia tamen los tamen in curious omnis victoria constitet omne valium contritur Procopes mervisio vir dum femins torum corpor so de or territoris memi sentis arverin cum hel arverin mac o frog vermitura sexum in versum montum parum daeta volumen quartum tricoris ne de bordur ne duror de mongo shardena sharator moko shamong samu uja wa sharmo usa ne truco fast food do spiel den ve Osikunushi lani mushiti kunu also mushirtum kalatum kutum mosi braritum kablitum labritum ashashu kashatu ukasha parti alini tumi brani ali yau shitari susi wali ali meri umru anarku indi kuala sulu shau raku mertarda bu piaru urti piau pros memarstiti arum martu elinu gusi ardorti sierdi Isisarme alari raboti shimayara bardi dini dina laki linga po so kashati yau kashati ashare pishi yau mushte pishi dia ismasarati shan mushili shururu shishalim notificial lurs alule sharnu shalu zartu jar pugar bartli murti ki aki mar sal luli artur Shai poshu ki shpi ki madar kili sharmiti shurusha purturu epetu shur zolurku kolmatusha maraseri nai birik bu yalani mushirtum Sermani ya na pagrita kira tu pira sermani ya na pagrita kira tu pira sermani ya iri pagritu shni ladu pira sermani ini shti pagritu shni ladu pira sermani ya ginesh ke pagrita pira tu pira sermani ya kana korkorari da kira tu pira sermani ya na egari da saru pira sermani na skupa tu shni ladu pira sermani ya ina bi sharlu ri da saru pira sermani ya na kishpada kira tu pira Sininganingiani Kambasininganingiani Kambasiningen Lord Kambasitingen and Lord Kambasitingen in Kurkodan Kambasitingen in Kurkodan Kambasitingen Dashorim Kambasitingen in the Shorim Kamba Singing and Dulazak Kambasitingen and Dulazak Kambasitingen and Oda Kambasitingen and Dula Kambasitingen and Meshara Kambasitingen and Meshara Kambasitingen and Martingen in Lage Kamba Mari ingin lelaki kapasitas ingin siki smarsak barlari de dar boleh makan apa siningkar bar bola korte kun ingkar yang ke kapasitas ingkar ingin di garni ingkar andur layar nan saya korun kar kata kar ni nekon pa siningkar anak kapasitas ingkar ki kapasitas ingkar ruti kapasitas ingkar nabu kapasitas ingkar ista kapasitas ingkar sama sudu kapasitas ingkar madu kapasitas ingkar ini betul kapasitas ingkar anu nanti kapasitas ingkar ini nol korek kapa siningani nilaning korek kapa siningani bebela share kapa siningani ni korek siani babarage kapa siningano nanding lenen kapa ke kalamu uduk sulala sur tim sur mula sur lingkar sur maskin sur siaran kapa sikir kapa siningari nila kolo karkada kapa siningani nilaning korek kapa ini bebela da share kapa siningani ni korek kapa siningara no nading kara le kapasi lingkar kia kapapa parar tera badar tapa parar de azagara serbi mortanam tar karazi bi mora tado tugsur kur bi mora tera la zugur kar bi mora tadi kitinguri bi mora tadi kara zur kar bi mora tado unna Kerdingar sukur bi mora tadi mana biar nefas biar barba ar der biar skashati arti bardu kashatu shatari yurtarni Hayagri Varyadnam Hum Nisvarne Varna Namaha Om Kisavari Yanam Humaru Sundani Yanamum Kupindari Yanamum Punakaksari Yanamum Visnarvenam Vismarari Yanamum Harari Yanamum Yanamum Savagisari Yanamum Sarvadari Yanamum Sarantarari Yanamum Neradara Yanamum Nerakari Yanamum Nere Sarari Yanamum Neru Pavarari Yanamum Nerantarari Yanamum Niskalankari Yanamum Nitotari Yanamum Neramaya Yanamum Siranana Maria Yanama Saksine Namahum Saranya Yar Namahum Sarva Karya Namaha Srimate Namum Lokatri Sarya Namum Sivarya Namum Sarva Surapararya Namum Veravararte Namum Veravandarya Namum Veravadya Namum Puratararya Nama Punarya Paratare Namahum Punyayar Namum Punyakatarya Nama Parapararya Namum Paramarne Namum Paramart Namaham Parasarya Namum Parakarya Namum Pararya Namum Sarva Demarkarya Nama Verusia Namum Ververka Paragaria Namum Sakulu Panis Veriaya Namum Niscalaria Namum Sarvis Karate Nama Umaskalaman Montra Trastaria Namum Parapararia Namum Pranara Parosaria Namum Spresaria Namum Sarantararia Nama Saranya Yar Namum Parasmavara Yar Namum Sanantaria Namum Dantaria Namum Chitukrataria Namum Chitametraia Namum Jagamayaria Nama Jamavartaria Namum Jivaria Namum Jadaria Namum Jaria Sanaria Namum Javapriya Namum Namam Japakarte, Namam Prekarte, Namam Vive, Nama Vimalaya, Namam Visrupari, Namam Visculptor, Namam Virustari, Namam Virustram Sudia, Namam Sanitaria, Namam Kasankarari, Namam Sraya Praria, Nama Sruti Maya Namo Sri Sarya Namo Isvaraya Namo Sararya Namo Pranataruparya Namo Pranadarya Namo Prita Bhararya Namo Bhaktarya Namo Bhakturuparya Namo Saksarne Namo Sarmohararya Namo Marjana Sararya Namo Darina Namo Pranarya Namo Samparya Namo Darya Namo Bharparya Namo Yugine Namo Yogisarya Namo Sabrakaramadarya Namo Yogine Namaha Homardine Namo Marsarya Namo Sri Namo Sarya Namo Brahmansarya Namo Sorgotra Namo Raja Namo Surasparti Karaskar Siat Namo Jatamadala Smutariya Namo Manyan Hitaria Namaha Swavagi Swaras Vararia Namo Pranavargita Ruparya Namo Verahara Karamurte Nama Iti Sri Hai Griva Stotara Satan Namavali Manataya Namo Marsarya Namo Margararia Namo Globarakarya Namo Manisita Karamaria Namo Manisitaria Namo Arvantaria Namo Korabaria Namo Vishnu Priya Namo Verusriya Namo Vitamararia Namo Visitaria Namo Cesaria Namo Tusdania Namo Saparamantitaria Namo Homa Karnudari Namaha Omami Tikrararia Namo Homa Karavasparia Namaha Mama Hastu Jaya Namo Magaruparia Namo Valaria Namo Basukaria Namo Barakaria Namo Barakararia Namo Saradania Namo Basura Sanaya Namo Baravitaria Nama Umbera Saradine Namo Bride Kamaria Namo Tomohararia Namo Dabikararia Namo Darindaria Namo Kasamanamaya Nama Unkaruparia Namo Uganda Paria Namo Ugandararia Namo Miresvambantaria Namo Dagavartaria Namo Kiswapriya Namo Biswambararia Namo Sakambarani Namo Sakalaria Namo Sabruiki Baraya Namaha Saranaya Namo Pakarasar Namaha Papasaria Namo Paramadaria Namo Parakandaria Namo Parakandaria Namo Pusaya Nama Parabraskaria Namo Parasarasa Namo Pavakanaria Namaha Babi Praria Namo Braskaria Namo Risaya Namo Simaria Namo Paraya Namo Panaria Namo Punyaya Nama Upinikataria Namo Parasaria Namo Parakaria Namo Niskalaria Namo Parapara Kotkuria Namo Sasaria Namaha Santaria Namo Danaria Namo Badi Danaria Namaha Sarva Pujaya Nama Savakaraya Nam Nirasaya Namum Deranjalaya Nama Omeapartaria Nam Sarangaya Nama Savarakaya Nam Home Danajaya Nama Vitaya Nama Bhaktaruparya Nam Tamaharaya Namum Yugishwaraya Namum Kalanaya Namum Palaria Namum Brahma Kirina Nama Sakarada Karya Namum Chito Kurataria Namum Jivaria Namum Jayadaya Namum Jopapri Namum Vishwaruparya Namum Perusrujaya Tamaha Piram Rapsudaya Namum Sraya Pradaya Nam Pranadaya Nam Vishnu Toparia Namum Kutaria Namum Kutalaria Namum Narastraya Narapusaria Namum Pushankaria Namum Baigoruparia Namum Saristupaya Namum Sakalaruparia Namum Jarabusaria Namum Barapatikaria Namum Sumpravikaria Namaha Umpani Ravi Busaria Namum Nagendraya Namana Iti Sri Naga Devarta Sutara Satan Namavali Nashor Kostron Roskulish Persian Gnoskurum Pernex Serb Truchar Gar Molshul Ortsin Shul Wachi Sen Krite Ansmil Chasian Teranga Wamprasar Measin Tour Gurtire Röster Eman and Lera and Mercian Spior Nermin in Tierne Formatier de Tierne Formatisio Tula Brave Bear Tushmol Chert Tuan Trior Gata Turlinan Tierran Marxen Spior der Matiur Sangun Rub der Narmendronian Young Umberchier der Monsieur Saberchier Monsieur Nachiberchier Mesmo Nabiur Zeberchier Monabiur Merdanamsa was la churlier per mer hertjes daar buler nieuw connoisseur ser nieuw connoisseur ser nieuw bien ser ser eer sur ser de keer ser number namas siro fure sar merbi massa sur marnar hier der is pure per garder Fyra fyra kärnde fyra nya ser där dörrne era krörte fjärden tredjen krörte mer gos ner björn skulle krörte gosen björn tre kurde med sig domor så sent inte era makasens björn dör mer ber no ner krörte Clash Nature Messer Gusel Castorne Bernes Lium Fieren Gusbor Pio Few Rule der Piativierli Erge Fuel near Krur Erecus Pure der Narcern Berg Vianium Sere Gusel Castorne Bernis Lium Fern Karjalindi Tatapapina Sangita Karavo Mudaberi Navi Vardana Kamala Swadama Rupa Rama Sarbu Brahma Ratikana Sarchita Paro Jaganas Vami Nayana Vatikame Pimba Vartume Puja Vernum Serasi Serki Pirmincham Katitate Dukulam Netatan Sahat Cekara Kara Sarum Pirarte Sardas Rimatapanta Parsatilla Parichario Jaganaswami Nairpat Kami Babatu Me Mahampur Lestiarte Karkaru Chiarte Nilasikarde Vasan Prasadanta Saharja Palapatrena Palena Subatra Maria Sakala Suarda Seba Pasarado Jaganaswami Nairpat Kami Babatu Me Kurpa Pravasara Jala Tasunora Cerro Ramapare Ramasavara Damala Pakoro Moruka Surrender Nantia Srutika Naseka Kita Jarito Jagana Swami Naina Patikami Papa Tumerata Rudru Garchan Bharatimirta Borderva Partali Sruti Parator Vamprati Pantara Murka Parkarnia Sadargia Stasin Dordbana Surkana La Jagarta Sinustara Yar Jagana Swami Naina Patikami Papa Tume Parprami Pirta Kupalaya dalu pulan gioni varsni ladru nirta carono nanta sara sira sara durdar sara sar vapor langgarta sarko jagna snar marni naira patikami patu memer nar bayar ches rajamna charkar kamari kivi papan yam nayar che hamram yam niki ali jarna karni yam para vartrum sarakali kala pratar partiarna Kati charito Jaganaswami Naina Patikamo Bavartu Me Horat Vam Samsaram Drutaram Marsaram Sorapate Harat Vam Paparam Vitakitam Maparam Yaravapatahu Dinatnatam Nihita Charano Nischiti Martam Jaganaswami Naina Patikami Bavartu Me Jaganastakam Purniam Yapatet Prayarta Susya Sarva Papatisot Mavisnur Durkam Sorka Cita Charti Iti Srimad Sankara Chayar Vivar Chirtam Jagannatstakam Sampurnam Brahma Moradi Sorachita Lingam Nirmalabasi Tarso Vitalingam Janmasha Duka Virasaka Virasara Lingam Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingam Devamuni Pana Sharaji Lingam Kamarla Korakara Lingam Ravada Parvina Sana Lingam Tapramamami Sarasiva Lingam Sarva Surankanda Sola Peteri Lingam Bodhi Vivadana Korana Lingam Sira Sora Sora Vandita Lingum, Tapramama Misara Siva Lingum, Kanakama Hamari Musita Lingum, Panipati Vesta Supita Lingum, Taxa Susyutarshna Vena Sara Lingum, Pranapasha Vane Sara Siva Lingum, Kumkuma Chandana Lepita Lingum, Pankajahara Susupita Lingum, Sanchita Papa Vena Sana Lingum, Tapranabami Saraswalingum, Devagara Chita Savita Salingalingum, Bava Rapata Baravacha Lingum, Dina Karakuti Prabhavakara Lingum, Tapramami Sarasivalingum, Astadalo Parivestita Lingum, Sarvasambhava Karana Lingum, Astadari Ravina Sanalingum, Tapramami Sarasivalingum, Guru Soravara Parjita Lingum, Suravana Pushpa Sorachita Lingum, para Mampamalingum, Tapanamami Sarasiva Lingum. Lingastaka Miranam Punyam Yapata Siva Sarito Sivalukamar Noti Servina Samordarte Nataraja Nardana Sundara Nataraja Jay Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamba Karanam Priyam Sidambaya Viharinam Marabahum Bagum Vitaswari Mali Lolo Surokam Sarambaka Makararanam Sarambuvari Indaranam Arambu Jaga Gurum Simbaram Vibavaria Samasta Baka Pusarana Sabasa Badakan Naranam Prasata Kariti Vivam Nerasara Shajaparanam Karastarik Murtisaranam Sarastakandamataranam Haramboja Jagagurum Serum Baram Vibavarye Jerakirti Tamaritum Nitalol Karariartam Parakra Sariktar Taratam Parara Pankala Pararanam Nartika Pabavenan Nar Kutara Pasadari Narvarambuja Jaga Gorum Sirambar Viva Varya Koranga Saba Sobiram Saram Karjana Narsitam Parangana Vekaranam Parangara Gara Jeratam Korangara Tara Saram Sorangara Karmam Harambuja Jaga Gorum Siram Baram Viva Varya Amanda Parya Bajaram Sumanda Hasasal Mukam Sumana Manakamani Garindra Kanakyar Tavabaram Sumamam Dam Dalutam Marda Yaranta Marmarno Horomboja Jaga Goram Siram Param Viva Varye Karindra Karamavasasaram Karindra Kapara Rernam Sorendra Murkapur Jeratam Kagindra Vaharna Priyam Ahindra Busana Javalam Nagandra Jiva Seranam Haram Boja Jagaram Siram Param Viva Varye Mala Pararini Tarte Sara Vila Sakarinam Palari Sar Papa Jaranam Lala Marupa Lokaranam Lasa Panidra Harinam Shavala Trisularinam Haram Boja Jagaram Siram Param Viva Varye Sasanka Banu Viutra Rajita Trokaranam Visalava Sasa Sam Sura Garbara Maritam Durgambala Savara Paravaram Darara Sarvialatam Aramboja Jaga Goram Siram Param Bavari Saranan Targa Sajano Kapapasa Saringara Sana Arambara Sarambaka Sakoro Swarupe Metutale Sara Sivo Vera Jate Sarambaru Virtu Harasanam Parkia Sakuru Ridom Sara Visalia Murala Karatis Sakari Saro Sapamar Masakam Saravasat Parari Raya Hari Priya Tara Mane Veras Priya Niskala Jaga Guru Ranu Graha Riki Sri Sidambara Pankamara Stutram Om Sharavana Bavaria Namaha Om Tapurshar Yavin Marhe Mahasenarya Dirmahitano Skanda Pratudayat Om Skandarya Karkeria Pravartai Priyarnandanarya Charmahandevarya Morya Subhabram Yayarte Namaha Agashu Vasha Namostu Bandarak Bandarvandia Paravarindaria Sudharkia Raya Saran Maria Mita Vigora Maria Gori Hara Vandasar Murbar Varnamostu Turbiam Kranata Triantrico Tresamastarsian Maroratarnam Datratarnam Paratarkasia Hundred Prankarnda Soratoria Karsia Morta Motaria Sahasra Mortarie Gornaya Ganaya para pararia namostu turpiam siki bahanaria namostu te bram verdam vararia digam barariam brasar stiartaria haranya bavaria namo haranya ratasa rapas varu paria tabotanaria tarpa valatnam prati parakarya sarakumaraya harmrene Trnikar Svaria vera gerne namana morstur topiam swajar marne vibo pravarta soria rundra par kartarye balaya kabala para kramoria sanmatrum yamana yaturaya mirustar yortar mardir ser namonar mogarat nam lataria gararia namosturte jan majaratigalia namovi sarkaria surkasarti Parnaria Sorvasia Mapasya Kumar Karya Kron Kararia Tora Kumbrarar Kararia Svarhilia Gigea Kokarkia Seaturibiam Saratam Namosturitis Riskande Mahapuram Neskaskarande Pankavisar Martita Moldearia Sri Karkia Starkam Skando Vacha Yois Varoma Savar Karkeo Garendarnas Garnas Kumoro Sernis Varnis Sankar Zambarva Gangaya Stomarar Gurskar Brahma Gari Sedikit Varja Tarakar Kars Mumputra Kurn Karisia Sarana Sabda Brahma Sumundras Karsilta Sarvasaratur Gurasana Kumbaro Baraga Vanburga Mursa Palabra Ras Rajarma Kahaladisa Porvarjo Burti Morgakur Sorvagarba Purnirta Karvan Shir Rotor Parasarna Astalvin Sartir Marni Mariarni Riari Pater Pradiurses Radaria Yurto Morgo Vargas Partir Bavet Mahaman Tromayarni Ati Mama Naman Narkorti Tarnarnam Mahaprajna Mavnurti Nutra Karya Vikora Nayati Sri Rudra Vamale Prajna Vivardur Narnar Kiam Sri Markarki Sturtram Narahar Taru Vacha Pran Maria Sarasya Devaram Gori Putram Venayar Kambartas Vasyam Smorni Yar Marius Karmarasi Darye Pratar Mam Baktar Nurundam Chare Kertar Taran Viti Yarkam Triti Yang Krishna Pingar Kisam Garjavar Trum Chaturtalakam Lambudaram Pachar Mam Char Sastam Verkartar Nirva Chasaptar Mam Verna Jarnam Chadu mora varnam tatar start mam navar mam balat ram charda sart mam tu veniyar kamme kara sam paratin vara sam tu kachnar nam tvara sararni narmin tresa deam ya partrinar na char verya priam tasya sarva serika ram poram vidyarti labarte Viryam drati labarte damparati labarte utron moksati labarte kartim jakar karapartis tutrom santam sen valalam labar samvat sarin nasir himcha labarte natra samsaryas tarviyo brahmar nabias chalikar vaya samar parye tasya vedyavet sarva gorasasya sasya prasarda taiti srinara porarne sankaras tarsar dharma Cornessa stortram advaitavastama marte pranamarjararatnam sampararaya dottarmar narmasima rupam pralara posaratam praterkaravasyam dervam mutar kamarpi navarmi korpasamudram natajana varkana tarva prakasar salasya Dergare masar hisnu evir balbur vetrasiar stam barnalminam mahar visnum vaxo pari darar nam naskar kreordam tarmohordum satror rapirorun ardim narar hari varpur sam narmami tam visnu Ribur yastiar tarajar sargunar mevas ras meser nakara jargorai darte vasam bante Pralada pora babarian niskian malaham pralardam pranamajana parker ke korpani disarno hariar pralada pora drum sitram kurute namar sarmaham saranding lukar da balom koraja ragi vara persuara disam karanambur jakariar kam taraservaratam Corvarda merde mergeno roba por sarca solonia sankan kanartam prakara karusi variasya corto bayatramar ver yar prasidiar sar sarmisarior vorti tishringari jagat guru sri chikarda sev dar vere bavarnaxim hats parati Svarni bi verasitim srinirasim marsaptargam. Jing sinh sang cho thầy sinh thầy sinh yin ban của tinh cô chế bộ minh hồi sinh rồi quay mình yin sinh sinh là ninh sản hương dùng chủ phụ trong kinh chỉ chiếu rô lì linh chính cô sinh chủ đến cô chủ của sinh thủ quấy chú phiền sẽ sinh sinh lên thủ minh yin sinh lộ ký chế sinh kia kia quê sinh hốt sinh hữu bên cái sinh yin sinh sinh đàn yin linh vô trung sinh sinh lẽ lẽ đôi khi chẳng cũng chỉ chữ rô lì linh sinh sinh Xian Zhuo Ling Bo Tinh Chun Nan Wei Xian Jing Di Xi Huan Fu Wu Sheng Zhuo Ming King Long Bai Hu Du Xing Fin Yun Zhou Gu Zhuo Wu Xie Rui Wu Zhen Ji Ji Ru Ling and to Di Xin Zhuo Xi Wu Xian Nan Zhen Fu Gu Wan Ning Gu Zhuo Zhen Gong Tu Di Xi Ling Zhuo Xie Ru Xi Bo De Wang Jing Gu Xie Ring Jing Du Xie Wei Xie Ring King Cả Phán Wei Bei Short Tan Ting Day Short Yor Ming số chế dân dối hệ đã ru yorn hình lý xiên chính đen đi xin dù tiền đi chia ni kịp bên sân đông sung sun su quang linh tây yorn và phần quay xin dễ vô gì ring linh bộ phụ minh phụ cố chia thân cả bộ đan na đông găng tế sun chân phụ dễ ru ren cha cố ri war ken jen 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 ru wo wu jen si sung yi ban ke bên yan nen nen jen ru bài chế quên muốn quên sự gì sẽ quay dụ sẽ ôn trong vui số sinh điều kỳ chân quân chỉ chưa rú lì linh sinh hoàng sinh số sĩ ẩn đi chân chân quan game bé ẩn can quan chế quan chế sang vũ sinh trong quan dân chế quay quay tu xuống phù yêu chính quan châu phù vũ sinh chế sĩ biểu hiện tình diệu vô bên bảo lộ đen đi dần dần cơn sinh chủ chi bản châu yếu trên mình cả châu sẽ về của đây sẽ về hoàn sinh cho đi dễ sĩ lấy tiền của yếu sắp đến chẳng quay quang sinh này yếu lấy sinh dân mình toàn của yếu sinh ok tình tình dân quan sure san phu san ren chi chi ruli linh sure san san sure yo yo sin sure san 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 sure Joandro Yulu Jern Kun Dikan Jern Ling Jar Tangen Berlin Juan Ling Chin Guan Gao Ring Dar Jordan Gigi Ruli Ling Juan Yun Jur Yun Juan Der Ju Hol J J Shu Shur Jer Ja Ho Ho Chao Fu 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 Wu Fang Bai Wei Yir Jong J U T Chen Huang Yaren anh bên này số gì bạn đồn dòng sĩ số linh phụ yon chân chân anh chén quen đàn phụ rồi rồi cái yêu mình cái vô chân chân nên chỉ còn chân lâu này cái phụ yon mình chẳng yo lấy yo sĩ chén dòng du nan mo hela dar na dor la ye na mo wali ya bloje de shol bola ya po tuchi sa bordo po ya mo he sa dor bol ya mo he jaroni jar ye hon sa pula pa isu da lor da je na mo ji ji li dor ye men gali ya polor jer di shi pola ling tor po Namo lorale gerenci giroli mohe poto char mea sa portatordo sol pengashi usha posados na por sado namo porque mo patia da jeta onga polur gilo jardi jalo di gili mo Epotisaduro saposa pomola mola moji moji lito Yun yu du lu ju lu lie ming du lu fa she ye di mo he pa she ye di du la di li ni shi pu la ye je la mo pa mo la mo li shi na a la shin pu la she li fa sha pa shin pu la she li Hulu hulu mola hulu jili shola jili shulu pu shuli ya purto ya pur mirdi liat lolagen si ler se ni na puyer no mor na sopo he jito ya po sopo he mo her jelpo ya sopo he jito yu yi shipo la ya so po he lo la chen chi show he mo la lo la so po he ji la sen ga mu ke la so po he so po mo he al ji po ya so po he je ji ja la ha jo li so po he mo to mo je ji to la so po he lo la chen chi po ke la ya so he mo po la shen ja la ya so po he na mo la tierna chola namola lila polo di shopolale so poheon girdan dur mandola perto yeso pohe bore bolo mi do geran cinque já puta já geran sen bore bolo mi do ger 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 vuju ger con do ik kur ger li 谢不一空空不一谢谢谢是空空是西谢说中心西一不如西谢利西西不发空中不行不灭不过不行就不行不行西不空中不谢修说相信西无言而必谢谢一无谢谢相信为出发无言界乃是无一是邪而无名一无名尽乃是无了是无了是尽无故邪而灭而度无是一无的一无说的故不提萨度一波的波罗蜜多故心无哇海无海无了空不无力量多免力下能就将那片山西西说佛一波的波罗蜜多波尔努多罗山有山不的故事波的波罗蜜尔多。其他先说是大明说是无上说是无定定说能说的个波线是波修波说波的波罗蜜尔多。有是说有些的波罗。Jadi bolo seng jar di puti sapor her he nan mo foto yer nan mo daya mo ye nan mo senke yer nan mo bunji japu shamo he sha jora bajin jara jer to anjo jar la pari jendu mor ni mo he bol de her ndi lu si jar shola yer jer la Jaya Hong Ba Sha Te Hian Bota Mo Shing Do Moni Shu La Hong An Ba Lu Tor Mor Dami Hong An Mo San Man Do Mor To An Bo La Di Her Do Shia So Lang Nan Da Ji Do An Ke Shi Hong Hong Ru Wala Bola Ru Wala Da 地些沙，地些沙，西西里，西西里，修普沙，修普沙，山地沙，西西里，西修瓦哈那摩佛陀，耶那摩达摩，耶那摩圣耶，耶安西地乌鲁鲁，西杜鲁，西里波，西里波，夏达里布鲁里，说瓦嘿，那摩巴格拉瓦迪亚巴拉梅达哈，尤利亚那苏比尼西西达，多久？La jeda ya da ke ya da ya la he di san yan san bora yer dar ni ya da han sali basan si ke li ba li shu da da la mahari ger na san mavu de ke ri shaba wa pi shuri ma he na ya bali wali shu wa he na mo bo ker far di pi sha she jur lu li bo la po he la she ye đã thật đua chỉ dụ ye à là he đi sa mion son bo to ye da ji tuong pi sha she man ma san mo jar ji so he on ma ni ba me hong ma ge ni an ya na ji jura bar da jata jena we ar dali ke sa or wo or tar bu li shi ta ge na bu la na ba bu li yur der banano malu yer shola yeso poe pri poli podi kyor di tolo nir di ni le la di li ni di mo ker li di jening kandi na mo wemi tu mo po ye to ker do ye do di ye tu mi li do po mi eli mi li do ji yan po pier mi ali tu pi ji yan di ye Milido pijareando que mini que no jito jali sopo her na mo poto nan mo tamo mono mo serenkiana mo shilir mo hedir bi yadani yatboli pulo loje lisan mantor da shenemi happy hello care di san manto jor boli di fulino la lino la mori mo happy gur biari mo hemileri lolo serenkia di si di senke si di san mantu watano polorni jorten jorran resan puha tinjun le hu yo torun sian si yo shan shan yo siementer di yo wei tan dir yo benching war tan wo yu wei yi fu lu tor xia yan xiu ru among hu qing shi xin ji shi vi qin qin yan nang la fu yi xi bi xian yun ning li xian xin yu chu yun ming wu nai ate he ye ya yo gichimani to kogo miki somo po wa ate he ya yo gichimani to kogo miki somo po wa o hoki wa ni sista mixtarki he yo hanar he yo halna he yo te ya torabi ga ina he yo te ya torabi ga gina he yo te ya torar ta bi won gina hini yo to har ya to tar bi won gina hini yo ya hi you ni va hu hi you ni va hu hi you ni va hu ya hi you ni va ni na he ner na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi you ni va hu ya hi you ni va hi ya he ner na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swa vira kini hini swa vira kini ni tuwe na ho hu ni tui na ho hu warasina no hu warasina no hu ni himasi asisik ni himasi asisik om nariyana virmahe vasudevriya dirmahi thano vishnu prachudaya tom devkara dadariya virmariye vasudevriya dirmahi thana krishna prachudaya om tat porchariya virmahe sarshakshariya mahadevariya dirmahi thano rudra prachudaya om karnandariya virmahe vatanundariya dirmahi thano dandi prachudaya om kaki hanya virmahe kani yari dirmahi thano durga prachudaya om Devyai Chavir Mahi Kamarajari Gader Mahi Tano Devi Prachudaya Om Mahadevyai Chavir Mahi Vishnu Partyai Chandi Mari Tano Lakshmi Prachudaya और minoritetningarna förutom des natin matchnam small three bosoring ro worker dyr tre asar durm doeta search torna tarsitam torontor ternin chor fler meser fum chor viti ruglas rin luring Danas gormod ton osnin ti baskor basen or mir morgen io nabab nan verbam sirdam toini nar starfin runi virba roor ter morich rosor ter morich romor ter mor norni ver lombol lech ninti bastor pich roor ter tor mor ter nimrokba na ter duchlin na tor glas na duchlin nimlen tor Kore bara kurde bjorti dom fiorchernem sierte ringinar njorde arminior sinet search tar serra konoter merna serre fu broni bjoris ne berter moster skärm del omdun det orger melon surster liar morom serden searchar mer nerkropor certar seteper searcher bor hier Kudor kurkumor desa ruberatin spurto noi form ser domine es alus tor hiru es alus ter domine es alus ter panes sulas ter domine es alus ter krishna sulas ter domine es alus ter tur orslas ter supor papulum tuum domine benedictum tua Arteheye yayo, arteheye yayo, arteheye lo, arteheye lo. Nituni shila when you get a kick yayo, nituni shila when you get a kick yayo. Arteheye lo, nitakuya when you get a kick yayo. Takuya when you get a kick yayo, arteheye lo. Michinchi nanpe mayorse arteheye lo, ininchi garkite, inchi garki kerte. Artehelo, Charon Pawanchi Charupi, Artehelo, Charani Pika, Tachayari Pika, Artehelo, head to which I would chani ho, head to where Cheho, Charik ho, Kile Chaya, ho, Kile Chaya, ho, Arteye, yellow, one yard money, Tadankamani, Tatang Yata Halo Arte Halo let shell me yo can get lo yo let yo can get yo takumaki charika and mati wari lo yo 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 taku makai charika hera me tawari ya lo yo 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 ate he yo lo yo 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 ate he yo lo yo 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 eya yo 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 eya yo 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 min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi yi te wakila che ya o ya te ya ni chi gar pi karta che ye ya o ya te ya ni chi gar pi karta che ye ya te ye lo arte ye lo ha ye ya yo ha ye ya yo mi la kin hi mi chi yana mi la kin mi u chi yana wa waka blaka te ye wa waka blaka te ye onchi he yo onchi he yo puya chini wasta waka ginkate puya chini wasta waka ginkate onchi he yo onchi he yo le ha ye le ha ye kangi ye ya wo ya te ye cha ya wa un welo kangi yo ya te ye cha ya wa un welo ni ya te ye he u ni ya te ye hu he ya ramba wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hi we wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hi we mio kan kin laki ye mio kan kin laki ye hina one lake hana one lake hare ye yara ye ha ye ye mi chingshi mita waya mi chingshi mita waya arte we arte he welo arte he welo yari pikata ya welo yari pikata ya welo wasa walking guitar wasa walking guitar lechi po lechi pio hey yellow ate yellow ate yellow ate lena makwe aram lena makwe Padawan yan makwe Padawan yan makwe Aramakwe Aramakwe ina heku misum college ya umani misum college ya umani ina heku wana wana sapikita unchi razipa michuya arte helo he kern yanka galie he kin yanka galie wan lechia wana sapikita que yar pilo wan lechi wana sapike ta que yara ye pilo wan ker pe kagario wan ker pe kagario arte he yelo mio wan marian cario mio yate wan chanku wakae halo karingi yate wan chanku wakagelo yani pikete cha yani pikete cha kola he yellow Makasiro mani yanuki oyarte oki wanbali arte hoshi heyelo horte heyelo arte heyelo maka wancharia perakinu kangi oyarte wan hoshi heyelo arte heyelo lena waka garche arte heyelo gale kirhan wakan waka garche arte heyelo charon pao kin wagagarche arte heyelo miorkan kin chichuche arte heyelo gali kin yarkar tar arte heyelo ninchi chi te yena kupia mi chinchi ta yena kupia makuche wan washte gali pikte arte heyelo wana wacheshka rati wana wacheshka Artinya wihurta wihurtu humani ukutara ukatana kuyan buwakin kete mata michuya wani kerte michuya hiya wasa wakin kete wasa watin kete hanpe wachige te wakila lahe when bleni chala he karielo when bleni chala ha kaye Tokiche win we get a king guitar, Tokiche win we get a king guitar, Nihun kun he yellow, Nihun kun he yellow, Wakanya niya king kite, Wakanya niya king kite, Changelishka one lusa lahani niya king kite, Changelishka one lusa niya king kite, one waya gupo, arte halo. Anishraiki sarna behesut in the truas renuges caprushara mer brushep se kabukin jeror katem se kem nebum tigat kenchap in mur nets omar body nem sure kadam nishasare mination joseph odep and sutin mikinu not capacitive param kem nu tap nem ru nem so come tem ta shoring ne von jay to mu and boer tap senu of sru and pod net trus min mahal chat yoros and tap kebar mu tap nu tap tasen na prata rami sher harabon mi na tam ta para pana na hamar per tapsen na product kem ta bari na ting kan wall technology sing ti me hera ba yori shu ab sabes kem no sing ti me ha pa juti ju ta para mikro ta men karu and ha da papa shari ya pa sa ta ping la so sapi sur pa happy ka sa ni ga pri ignar hinti henti man ne kat ko op in romari kor siket rom de kuti aru ta me ro nun ni shra te pe peru om ne nu ru ta ne no veru heru sa te pi oi ke ta kere tis man te berot kin kenus mamor pe ken di kat pe sef tu oi sa re ni ken keref sari keru sem skeru in kries a ken izu ne tu sem ke tu me tu ise kono is sine se hera kere param ken sem ken du isu re ti shem des ke param ten hui ari tu nu men sine sine ora re ken mu pe du roshe ken ken ma pe ser su avne ke tu kin het ke bi set ne bu dominit in het on pet pet for ne nan shere ke du is mer second or the pet the chat wap kat toy hore mabu amukin the debut of my head second rasu second toy of an epi mutat segment bas back episode for bas when it was as come in head but I see gonna push the sort of me head in the acus of our packers that to the musikus over the dumbi the skitty episode or madam said happens attendance second a picture the am kabatun or madam the spark case was the scottish poems and pasaku Namahata de Mutu Turapati Mane Vedushani, Shakaru Nakins or Gadish Basi High Friday Caravati out of the Pep Labra, Seraki number one of Tempton Sapadima both to begin him never kept on a never Mahari Data Pertuna Petitas Manunus Kabushi says get more motor usual because I'm much patience Kurkamisha but to Sadankan and Turkatikum and Turkanamisuna Captain Lud recommend to your Bertut Romachush Karinja Taratana Tene in a setting in Nusanandis or Chicanix and resource and Poyamishati, Umrekubu, Jornation, and Miadi, Sanabutapati, to Abedo, Abeko, Wabatu, Ekdukakis, Wabsikaman, and Timore, but the Benicur, Serakapatu, Sagnasakati, never Jordi, one answer to now Mamma, short look to next you have an new pump, the future, and he got to Tatani, Pumni, or take Surety Adu Tatamani, Pumambek, Sanas, and Anifu, Wabudi, get in Martin, Japan, and had a reach out to Zore, Mope, Amiti, Kukaram, okay, can that to extend to many of the two can have never I give me to one to Ben Mahan, but never that woman here. Toddy said, Yamadikum to has you get a new yet that the petting Mary you come hold them the product of some more, my woman or soish, you saw the Rakaparam Kamutam and two never necker and the manure say never tap them at 3 toy, Paparam Susan never talk. I make a two, she said toyams are two at command and flew at the also but them hold that they also but them hold in party miss you party to the you could your some two would take them to good on put she said about conum at the Unium some rami boy man and it can up now Capernaum ten more totally out tips up Capernaum to up then Jared to Nami Unu like a musical shaboratic usually to pate or super gamentor can that case work is a take no take what I'm to no take work Tora or up Tara on Paraker to I echo no time to you. Kobisno Fuesh time a crew to operate up some on to in pet my rune manamesic bim sul press neck senated netadip of the pems or caparanu particular tarab sanatic wamaka unek pranamansus to do it per can win of the rabu nurture guess decent and neck yo woman and said hen neck time or white net the team is like me penetrum and hen sort of hen she's a cake usually in seven mosquito call me and jeru with the 3 1 head who test to just up to what to be shed at yet and new neck vision who kept capral to water on up to moment masaru do us and to marine given that resurrection or cookie at it is come on and get that capital to move throws on the throne number control peseric I think I should make a given that through and a bush or random ship couple of can never got to use could keep the Noja the Pranem breaking Jurdi Juras will tap at Waja Washness Waja and the Simpsons on your person of any said Coroni said good and he said to do sort of by the way Janini said when I'm sucking Capram Caprin Capernac Cabru 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 the moon take Caprim Prematam Pomea Surna und Amniatura Urma kan teman kan bayar tahu nuatan maki biar tu ni tu roy ser so sabi ku karmi kami mer tu ai du ter sana bi u tanan abaye sebab presiona kolona kerana tapri sana pari surama sejo besikam suci sebab kare pada mebi sikat kan ceratu amu patem toy mena kerana karomu amu absen turna be kerana berulasa Kedushib suamu aman mesikata pada kana maru amanu sanu cuma be kerana sabra terus seberaskan korang berkat dari keseluruh syarikat igor course of kaibir kami kena baik konuran kaibir makin terwal national base batik kini yang belum semua numensi batik kiu dan sunsa kami itu omeng kiu sehari kaibir menur du seneng kebaikan dan ini sabda mengkari ada kekuatan yang cenderung nurai kuapa mereka orang mereka benar dan tunar das topik bumi pingkor Kisuap dapat kena sudah tuni yang biasa menarik pada pertandingan terus serasa kita berkaitan itu tiap semuni poamen sikap pesanan tebak senjana drama apa segala pun sudah besar sahabat hari nak kepuasan kebahaya kemotor ram sudah tu ini hati menafsir terwi mas poised at the threshold of shadows and substance we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh in a thorn-covered well a golden lock and a silver key exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sick tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zekiel Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Gib, Newt. Kepra rara tuma tu konsu ora semito kisho bupana semtrina ora semito kisho bupana semtrina ora semito kisho bupana semtrina abra. Feeling back into these legs. Good morning. Welcome to the planet Earth.
people are not typically hostile, but their emotions will lead their actions. So you never know where those can go. Be careful out there. And that's what was talked about back in the day when that snake, that old sneaky garden serpent, that was the Kundalini. That was her soul. That was the fire of life. That was that energy going through her. And she started to have ideas that she never had before. And a lot of times we're going to look at animals and we're going to connect with animals of all sorts. And I get messages from birds and snakes and deer and man, what's the other one, man? Yesterday was a great day. I was walking to the corner store to get something, and then there was this bird that I've seen a few times. I forget its name. It's not a heron. I don't know. It represents the Divine Father. I looked up a long time ago. They came to me, and whenever I see this bird, I can't remember its name, but I'm like, that's the Father right there. Divine Father just showed up. Anyways, I'm walking. I actually have my phone playing some music, and I'm just like, I wasn't looking to the right or the left. I was just keeping my path in front of me, and then I hear like, I like look over, and there's like, I don't know, 6 feet over, there's that bird. I mean, it's a tall bird. It's like its head, like on its feet. Its head is like almost, at least my mid body section. It's a big bird. It's not a little bird, and it's just like, he's like. I was like, I looked over. I was like, "Oh, hey, what up?" And just kept going. It's cool. Don't miss me. I haven't seen you in a while. It was a nice experience yesterday. Uh, we connect with animals of all sorts. Whatever's around, we're gonna connect with that. Represent whatever we need to see. The bird has a long beak, and it's red. Has red on its beak. I guess they're common around this place. When I was in New Mexico, and they came all over the place. They were all over. They like migrated practically behind the place where I was living. I was like, hey, it's a big old open field and everything. That's pretty. I see their little mamas and papas and their kiddos in the morning, in the early morning looking for the worms and stuff. Like the mom and papa would be somewhere, like the kiddo would be running all like looking for stuff. It'd be so cute. It was so cute and adorable. I tell you, you're glad I just be so happy. How will you be so mean when you see something so cute? Huh? It's gonna change how you feel right away. At least for me. Other people, I told another person once a while ago, and they were like, "Yep, just another bird." And I was like, "Well, I like the world I live in. I like how I interpret my environment a whole lot better than what other people don't see." Like points, leveling up, like back in the day. I'm not saying to do this by any means, I got a kind heart, but you'd be driving or something, you see somebody like so many points, but like for me going through the world is kind of like, I'm not trying to know how, I just like seeing or interacting, man. Points there, boop, level up, boop, boop, level up, boop, boop, level up. I just keep moving through, just gaining more experience, and I mean, that's the thing. When you're new to something, you see everything. So you're like, you are overwhelmed, and you want to try every single thing that they have out. But then after you've been at that particular juncture at that place for a while, then you're like, you've seen everything, you've done everything. You're like, well, like I've been to everything like freaking 6 times each. So I really like this spot, and I really like this spot, and I really like this spot. The other ones, they're okay. Like if somebody comes around, like I don't mind like showing them around and enjoying it with them. But if I'm just coming every day, I already saw that other stuff. It's cool. I'm gonna focus on this other stuff. Like other people aren't looking at it because there's no line over here. You know, like I remember this one time. This is back in the day. I haven't been to a theme park in ages, literally. And but like back in the day, I went to this one, and uh, gosh,
And the most awesome roller coaster, usually you gotta wait like 30 minutes in line to just, go on at once. Well, like we had I went this one day and there was freaking nobody was there, bro. So it's like nobody was there the whole freaking roller coaster. Like I got up to the top, not a single line, not a single person. Like, what? I get all the way to the top. There's fucking nobody in line. I'm like, shit. I jump on. Boom. Goes around again. Comes back and nobody's fucking there. I'm like, shit. They made me run all the way around. I did it. Screw it. I'll get them for a second. Or maybe they let me stay. I don't remember. But whatever the case, nobody was there. I just got to go on the roller coaster over and over and over and over and over. And then after that, I was like, nah, pretty fun. I got my thrill out of me. So youth really wants your hand on everything. But that kundalini within, man, it brought up. It's interesting because there's something that I read from time to time, and it talks about it's a blessed fruit. It says the blessed fruit. It's like eating the blessed fruit. The first bite brings forgetfulness. The second bite brings like freaking everything for all the memory, all everything comes, all the news, everything. In the second bite, boom, the new life comes. Because the first bite, you're astonished with the flavor so much, it's going to make you forget. You're not going to think about anything. You're going to be like, oh my God, you're going to be locked in that moment of that sensation of the newness of something. And the first time you bite into any fruit, throughout the entire Bible, analogies are used. I wondered about trees for years, 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 and I put it inside myself. And finally, other people started like, "Oh yeah, yeah." When I cared back then, when other people thought, if they saw what I saw or not. But I correlated the trees mentioned in the Bible with people. Like a tree is like boom, a person. Like whole forest, ants. All that kind of stuff. That's why I saw it. But it's full of metaphors. It's full of analogies. It never says what kind of fruit it was in the beginning that she ate of. But we're admonished over and over to be like a solid tree, to be stable, to be fruitful, to produce from our own source. And that fruit, that could have just been a new experience. If anybody finds out what kind of fruit that Eve ate that activated her kundalini and turned her like, what? Yo, pass it around, okay? Because if we all find an apple that makes us feel like we just smoked a joint, shit, we're gonna, the world's done. It's in. It's in. It's done. No, I'm not talking. It's got to be. It's got to grow from the ground. You got to be able to eat it, and you get whoa. Yeah, that was great. We have another one. Yeah, it'll be a different world then. Everybody have a new problem. Be working on preservation. Make sure your stuff can be preserved. That's for sure. They were asking for songs yesterday or like rhymes or whatever that I've written. I found a couple of them. Kind of made me think about starting writing again and being able to start writing and like I don't know, songs and material like that and get some stuff together. And I mean, I could throw together 10 songs pretty easily. I got like 6 or 7 already, and those 6 or 7, shoot, could be divided up into 10 easy. I mean, there's enough material in them. And
but I could come up with a couple new ones, and you know, there's a way that I can work. I can make it be musical. If I want to make it be musical, then I have to hold to its uh, uh, particular rhymes. What? No way. Yes way. Well, that happened. Give me one moment. Just give me one moment here. Whoa, my phone wasn't charging. So, that was the thing. That's interesting. Oh, see if we can fix that. Maybe, maybe not. We're gonna see though. Small little delay, but that's all right. The stick deck, they totally got tossed off. Wasn't charging. He said it, but was not. I'll give that just a moment. But I pulled up some songs, so I got some bits here. Pulled up some other bits as well. Yeah. Just give me one moment. I got this. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Come on. Come on. There we go. I'll be with you in just a moment. Okay. Boom. Got it back. All right, we back TikTok. See if this phone can charge up faster than it gets drained. We're gonna see. What's
all those comments. Thank you for all the comments. I appreciate that. If you're on TikTok, jumped out earlier on us due to the phone. It was charged, but it was charging, but it wasn't charging. So, I just, boom, got it back though. All right. Thank you, Cam. I appreciate that.
Let's see, over on TikTok. Boom.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm. Let's see here.
Stay charging now. Gotta make sure this guy's charging over here. That's what I was saying earlier. So this is one I wrote it a while ago.
For my soul, I dug a hole. From divine time, I joined man's line. Lost in chaos, seeking help, my soul did yelp. I found a God whom began to nod, given peace, told to gather pieces. My paints, mixes of saints. Father told me, with men don't bother. Mother whispered, go heal your father. Disguised as the devil, to hide his heart smile. Never to admit, always in transit, cannot be found lest man would bound. The quest to find the best, the race to see the hidden face of whom I long to embrace. Thus I run my race, myself to outpace, attain heavenly divinity, ascending Jacob's ladder with humanity to each liberty and sovereignty. This is my Jan Honkar quality. I reclaim my gifts as each before, thus I soar into my core to become newfound lore. Unlike before, I gave away my gifts, set the genie free, magic powers dispensed and enforced, seeking new homes with those whom own magic powers in the heart does start for one and all stand tall, each generating a gift from the past do shift, we do uplift. With this capricious miracle, we tame the feral. Hear this moral, you're the pearl, you're more than muscle. At the center, a rough grain of sand, rough, smooth land. Like I said, I need to find somebody who's into music. And that could make some stuff happen, man. That's an interesting one here. Keep charging.
in our life, in my life. I was taught from a young age that so many different things as far as morality and Bible and how to conduct myself. And I really paid attention. I was I was a whippersnapper when I was younger, but I really started paying attention. I saw the conflict in people's words and what they did, and from a young age I already knew. But this is the kind of stuff I like. This is actually from the Book of the Dead, ancient Egyptian stuff. It says, "Look, the knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames. It hath secret plots and counsels." In the late recensions of the Book of the Dead, the text referring to the 21st pylon reads, "Hail, saith Heru, on 21st pylon of the still heart, I have made the way, I know thee, I know thy name, I know the name of the goddess who guardeth thee, sword that smiteth, and the utterance of its own name, the unknown goddess with black turned face, the overthrower of those who draw nigh unto her flames is her name. Thou keepest the secret things of the avenger of the God whom thou guardest, and his name is Amen. He maketh it to come to pass that the persea trees grow not, that the acacia trees bring not forth, and that copper is not begotten in the mountain. The godlike beings of this pylon are seven gods. Tehinn or At is the name of the one at the door. Hertepmers is the name of the second one. Mesep is the name of the third. Urchre, the name of the fourth. Apuat is the name of the fifth one. Barak is the name of the sixth one. Anubis is the name of the seventh one. I have made the way. I am Amsu Hiru, the avenger of his father, the heir of his father, Ur Nefer. I have come and I have overthrown all foes. My father all saw it. I have come day by day with victory, doing myself the worship of the god. In the house of his father Tamu, Lord of Arnu, triumph in the southern sky. I have done what is correct and true to him that hath made correct and truth. I have made the Hakar festival for the Lord thereof. I have led the way in the festival. I have made offerings of cakes to the lords of the altars, and I have brought offerings and oblations and cakes and ale and oxen and ducks to my father all sorrow Nephar. I rise up in order that my soul may be made one, holy. I cause the Bernu bird to come forth at my words. I have come daily into the holy house to make offerings of incense. I have brought garments of Barsus. I have set forth on the lake in the boat. I have made all Saul the lord of the overlord of the netherworld to be victorious over his enemies, and I have carried away all his foes to the place of slaughter in the east. They shall have never come forth from the durance of the God set therein. I have made those who stand up against Ra to be still, and I have made him to be victorious. I have come even as a scribe, and I have made all things plain. I have caused the God to have the power of his legs. I have come into the house of him that is upon his hill, and I have seen him that is the ruler in the sacred hall. I have gone into Rostov. I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have traveled unto Anrudiv. I have clothed those who are naked. I have sailed up to Abtu. I have praised the gods of Hu and Sol. I have entered into the house of Astes. I have made supplication to the gods of Karti and Sekert in the house of Nath.
or as they say, the rulers. I have entered into Rostol. I have hidden myself, and I have found out the way. I have traveled unto Anluptiv, and I have clothed him who was naked. I have sailed up to Aptu. I have glorified who in soul. I have received my crown at my rising, and I have power to sit upon my throne, upon the throne of my father in the great company of the gods. I have adored the Merskin of Tasur. My mouth uttereth the words with right and with truth. I have drowned the serpent Arkek. I have come into the great hole which giveth strength unto the limbs, and it hath been granted to me to sail along in the boat of high. The fragrance of Anthi Ungorta rises from the hair of him who hath knowledge. I have entered into the house of Astes, and I have made supplication to the gods of Carthi and Sikert within the house of the prince. I have arrived as a favored one in Tartu. I read words of protection, guarding, blessings, kindness, and that's what I clothe myself with. Because I know that's who I am. I'm aware of everybody's everybody's tendency to project. Even my own. I have a tendency to project. I tend to project innocence. That's why I can't just that's that's why I don't pull cards on anybody. That's why I don't look into anybody. That's why I don't try to figure nobody out, or I don't try to get at anything like that. I think it's interesting on the projection side of things how much it's hurt me in the past because I put so much innocence upon people and I just wouldn't believe what was happening to me. I will give it different reasons. I wouldn't blame me. I would give it different reasons. But really, I had to see what I was projecting. And so I'm very conscious of it. I'm very cognitive of that projection when I'm doing it. And I'll even mention when I'm doing that if I'm talking to somebody personally or whatnot. Because I understand that everybody's different. Everybody has a different perspective. They don't see the world as I see the world. They might have a lot of similar views, but their own perspective, their own view ultimately belongs to them. And that was a big part of the beginning of my journey of discovering free will. Discovering free will for me was very along the lines of discovering that, first of all, before I have my own free will to just choose and do whatever, I got to give people their free will back. What am I talking about? When I was younger, just like many other people, we fib, we tell certain things that aren't completely true, and we lock ourselves into certain situations, and we gotta live according to that information. And that information it changes people's actions because they're under this impression. So they're under that idea, and I've got to set them free from that. I've got to set them free from my own influence of misdirection, no matter if it be a little fib or something larger. That's what I had to do first of all. I had to give people their free will back. We do this every day and we don't in day to day activities and we don't think about it. We don't say certain things or reveal certain information because we want to keep the person as a friend, and we're worried that if we tell the person the information, that they're no longer going to be our friend. And for me, that's where I was real. That's where back in those days, many 12 plus years ago. That's where I realized that my own perspective, my own words, my own projection was getting in the way of allowing people to have their own free will. So boom, I went and blabbed the truth to everybody, and I had one friend left over from hundreds to one. And even he decided to not be a friend anymore. So everybody was. I had agreed with what other people thought. I had went along with the group. I wanted to fit in. I wanted to stay with the group, but to truly give people their free will, then let me tell you what I'm thinking and let me tell you who I am, and let me not hide behind whatever junk I've been throwing out there. And then boom. But I found a lot of other friends. I found a lot of other family. I found a lot of other experiences I would never have otherwise. I know the kind of experiences I would have had if I stayed. It happened from childhood to adulthood and on and on and them and them. And that projection is a powerful thing. It can get us in trouble, even when we're meaning and intending to do the good thing. But the truth is more powerful. The truth will allow you to discover the wrong people that are in your life. Because quite typically, we seek peace, we seek a calm, a happy time. We're not seeking confrontation. Some people in the world, they are seeking confrontation. But for the people that I'm connecting with, we're not seeking confrontation. We're seeking peace. And so we're able to see that in our environment. We're able to see that in people around us. And we can be very aware when people are either projecting to us or we are projecting to them. A lot of times we'll tell people it's easy, just do it like this. Or we're projecting onto them, we're giving them our gifts and our skills and our abilities. That's not what they have. They don't have those skills, they don't have those abilities. If they could develop them if they wanted, but they don't just have them like one has. So they can't just do it like that. It's not that easy for them. That's a lot of ways where frustration comes in because you're like, why don't you get it? Why don't you understand? It should be really simple. Dot, 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 dot. It happens. It really does. But I'm having a good day, and I hope you're having a good day. Um, is there anybody out there that would like a reading, a tarot oracle reading? I'll be happy to throw one down for you at the moment, if you would. Just let me know in the chat world, and I'll grab some cards. Margaret. Gotcha. Okay. We'll do a reading for Margaret. Oh, did you want a reading, Margaret? I see y'all were talking about something else.
She says, Margaret says, she said, I missed the reading of the scroll. Can you read it again? um, but what I am thinking about is I've been thinking about for a little bit. I might not. I don't know. It's a toss up at the moment in the air. My sleeping and all of that is important to me. But I was thinking about doing the blessings like a second time, like before I pass out, not staying on for like 5 hours or whatever, but just coming on for a couple of hours and just doing the primary blessing and then passing out after that. And so that's a maybe. That's a maybe. I've been thinking about that actually for a few weeks, and something about that hit my mind earlier. For those curious what this is, hello, my friend fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, so please allow your mind to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, unlocking the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You, yes, you are an electromagnetic individual. The electricity is happening when your emotions are active, and your habits, which you do on a daily basis, is developing your magnetism. Live one vibrational energy. Follow that pattern, and you're going to attract everything you want by becoming who you are, who you've always meant to be. You're going to discover the master that you are over whatever craft or ability or trade. A lot of people throw around the word disability at a end of a series of other words. I like to take the word disability out and input the word ability. It's an ability. If you can think faster and you can present a solution sooner than somebody else can, shoot, keep going. Use that brain, use that smart, use that ability to be able to conquer things that no one else can because you moving faster. And if you can move faster, well, that's what I think we go with if it's got good results. Ain't that what we do with computers? Isn't that why they're using quantum computers? Because they're better than the old computers. They use the updated ones because they can process information faster and have a solution sooner. You are a quantum processor. Your very brain, I can't explain it, but they just revealed some stuff at a big old science press, not press thing, but a science conference dealio. And there is light that actually flashes within our brains, and that light is actually quantum. It's moving at a quantum. It is a quantum interaction that they realize in their that they see in their quantum studies. And we have this action happening in our brain. We have a quantum computer right here, and we got the living flesh and tissue to interact with the environment and shift it. We are creators, and we have the ability to manifest anything we truly desire. We can create a new tomorrow. We're not stuck to prophecy. We can shape things differently if we have the will within to make a difference and make a change. Then our life will make a difference and make a change, not just for ourselves. That's first. It's all about the self first. You got to empower the self. You got to learn the self. This here, this body you have, the flesh, the brain, the muscle, all of this intelligence within you. Look, you could learn how to play a video game really good. You could learn how to build something great. You could learn all sorts of different skills. Your body is the most beneficial tool of hardware you got.
and it's free. You learn how to use it. Oh my goodness, you can open up so many different directions of abilities, from singing to this to that. Once you know the self, once you know your cycles, your rhythms, your ups and your downs, how you recover, the time, how long you're frustrated for, and so forth and so on. When you know your cycles, then you can be sure and not cause any other bad ripples in the world, no crashes or collisions. And this is how we can keep things going smooth. Why? Because we're aware of our own state of being. And by being aware of our own state of being, we know when we're doing good. We know when we got the go juice to help someone else. And boom, we go do that. And we set our limits, we set our boundaries. And when we hit those, hey, I'm done. I would like to help longer, but I gotta, told you, I already mentioned, I hit that limit. I gotta take off. Happy to help what I could. And how many times have you personally been in a situation? I've been in many of them where you go help somebody, and at the end of the help, they're upset or mad or frustrated. You did everything in your ability to, you went out of your way to help. And at the end of all of it, you're left to blame, feeling bad for something. I'll go back to those people. I'll go help those people again. That's the last time I helped them. I ain't gonna feel bad. They feel bad. They're unhappy with something they didn't clearly communicate, plan, do. I was not the bad guy here today. So it lets me know where their mind or where their heart is. Maybe they viewed me as a good guy. Maybe they want me to be around as a friend and like hanging out. But they weren't able to control their emotions. Their emotions control their actions. So then if I'm going to be around somebody where emotions control their actions, oh, well, that's, I might have a good time when I go hang out. It might be a bad time when I go hang out. I don't know. I don't know how they're feeling. I don't know what's going on in their life. I don't know the ups and downs, the ins and outs. I don't know. A lot of people, they've done zero work on their own life, and they feel the authority within them to tell everybody around them what to do. These types of people, they're going to sink all on their own. Their own boat has a big ass hole at the bottom. Their house is divided. They're already got so many marks that are evident that they haven't worked through in life. So in life now, like, it, when you see a bratty kid, when I see a bratty child, you're a bratty child, from seeing them, hearing them from, way away, walking up close past them and their parents and seeing the kids' actions and right up close, bratty old child, unruly. I ain't gonna give no attention to that. No. I'm gonna keep going. My life's my own. They trying to make a scene. They trying to be a star of a show, and I ain't into that kind of show. I ain't into it. So I ain't buying a ticket. I ain't looking. I ain't turning my. I saw at the corner of my eye. I didn't turn my eye. I didn't turn my head. I kept my eyes going. I got peripheral vision. I could see enough out the corner of my eye and know the shape of something moving and hear it, and I can know what's going on with it. I've been around enough to know a thing or two. And that's what it comes down to is it's just like my grandfather did once. There's this kid, he's just a problem in the church and everything. And he always screaming and loud, and parents always giving him what he wants to shut him up. And My grandfather brought him, said, I'm gonna fix him. I'm gonna clear this out of him. I'm not gonna hurt him or anything like that. And he called the police. My grandfather called the police. He called the fire department. He told the neighbors, told everybody in the house. Said, look, this kid's gonna be in that room. I'm gonna close the door. There's nothing there that kid in there to hurt himself with. And he's okay. They got everything they needed. He ain't getting in his way this time. And that kid screamed his little head off for bloody murder for hours consecutively, and did not stop. Well, when my grandfather took the kid back and said, there you go, the parents were astonished because the kid no longer did what my grandfather broke him out of it. All the kicking and screaming didn't get you attention. All the screaming didn't get you what you wanted. It got you isolation. Isolation from participation. What does humans want to do? They want to participate. They want to be part of it. If they don't got something good to bring, they'll bring something bad. They just want to be part of the show. They want to be part of the group. They want to participate. The people are shy and I don't know, and but really we want to be up in each other's business all the time. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Have a few friends over. We just don't want the bad times to roll in. That's why we usually don't have that so much anymore. But everybody wants to participate. So through isolation, they were restricted from participation. And that's how they learned their lesson. Now they knew if they want to participate, then they got to get along. They got to be part. They got to be kind. They got that yelling don't get you what you want more. And that's essentially the position I personally wind up taking with people like that. I don't care if they're 5 years old or 110 years old. I don't think somebody 110 years old would be acting like that. That's not exactly an energy that's going to keep you living to be 100. I'll take you out way earlier, but you get what I'm saying. It doesn't matter the age. It doesn't. The behavior is going to get the correct action, not reaction. Not reaction, the correct action. Because when I see a particular behavior in front of me firsthand and I'm witnessing it, well, then the correct action from a mama, from a papa, from a brother, from a sister, from whatever friend, a solution, boom, that answer is going to come out for them. It's really difficult to admit that one lost, to admit that one can't do something. For me in my own course, when I see there's something I want to do, or maybe I think I can do, or I'm interested in doing, then I'm going to try. I'm going to try with all the resources that I have. I'm going to do my best effort with every ounce of it. And there are some things that I spend so much time on, and then there's just nope, it ain't gonna work out. It ain't gonna. It just I've tried this and tried that and tried this and tried that. It just ain't gonna work out. This one ain't gonna work out. And so I'll let that be. I'll take that. I'm not great at that. I could do that much of it, but I'm not the master. That's not a master craft. That's not a craft I'm a master of. I could be a good helper in that craft. I could be a good assistant, but that's if I want to do something in that field, I'll find somebody else who has that interest, and they can take care of that part of it and do what they do best. Because I obviously ain't working out the smoothest remedy. And then the other things that I do find, I do attach to, I do get good remedies to, I do have good solutions for, boom, then I'll run with those things. I'm moving and I'm working with those constructs.
got you there. We might need you here. That's still good. Boom, good on that, good on that. All right. And Margaret, if you're still here, I don't know if you wanted the reading or not. So if you want it, Margaret, if you did want the reading, let me know in the chat log. I'll do the cards for you. But at the end of that, it did not seem like you wanted a personal reading done. Um, um, Suzuki. That's not your name. Suzupak. Suzupak. No. This is my only account on TikTok. You just report that fake account. Go ahead and report that fake account. This is my only account on TikTok. This is my only account on YouTube. That's it. I don't got others. I'm not using them. I ain't doing nothing. That stuff happens. Yeah, it's pretty nice when people are making up accounts with your name and you know, says you got some success out there or something. I don't know. There was another video I was watching, a lady, and she was like, "I'm nobody special." She didn't say that, but she was like, I'm just doing my little videos, doing my own little thing, and people making accounts with my name on it and da da da, my picture and stuff. Yeah, people get interested in you. You got something, I'm trying to take something. I don't know, whatever. There was one guy that I worked with. I say work with. He had his own company. I was doing my own thing. We worked with each other at times, but we weren't like, you know, working the same thing. So, but I was making some product, and and they had made some product. I won't say similar to it, but they made their own run at that line years before, and I had made mine without anybody else's seeing. So mine were unique to the way I was making mine, and theirs was unique to the way they were making theirs. But but he had expressed that they had been in business for so long that many other companies had copied their work and were selling it actively. And he left me. I can't remember his words exactly of what he told me, but he left me with the feeling and the idea that you could spend your time trying to make sure nobody else makes what you do or copies what you do, and you're going to wind up spending money, time, effort, and energy, and there's a whole bunch of emotion that is along with all of that. And he's like, we just keep making new stuff, we just keep coming up with new stuff, we just keep popping out stuff, we're just doing our thing. Let other people do their thing. The copycats are the copycats. They're seen for what they are. And the people want the real deal. They're gonna go pay a couple hundred extra more, a couple hundred more bucks for our product. Why? We got a lifetime guarantee on it. If it ever goes bad, we'll fix it. You go buy that product from somebody else, and that's they ain't got no lifetime guarantee on it. If something fails on it, you're shit out. That's done. So there's there's a different way to look at things of what one winds up doing with their life, and staying in that focus and not being concerned with what other people are doing, but just staying in one's own lane, so to speak, quite literally, and let other people make their own lane if they want to. People to jump in there if they want it, if that's what they got, if that's what they're going for. And that really changed my perspective in a lot of things when he shared that information with me.
Because it's very true. I could just imagine as a business owner for many years, all sorts of things could be going on the legal side of things, and which they do happen, foolishly and stupidly, and so there's no reason to really add extra insult to injury by carrying letting such an event linger out. And they still stayed in business. They're still kicking. They're still doing what they're doing. The dude's got skill and talent, and on and on and on. So that left a real good mark for me. So anything like that's a compliment in my book to me personally. Um, and and anybody who wants to interact with me, man, I give you my email straight up, setstraight@yahoo.com. SETCHRA at yahoo.com. That's my email. You email me personally, and boom, we'll have a one-to-one, whatever the case, chat on YouTube. Make it real. Make it real. As there's so many things in this world that's fake. There's so many things in my life, even on my spiritual path, in which individuals in different ways have presented like, oh, your miracle season is coming in. Oh, all this good stuff's coming to you. But I wasn't actually getting the omens for it. I was just like seeing videos or stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, well, that's good. If something good comes in, great. Woohoo, doors wide open to receive. But I'm not giving my expectations up like, oh man, there's a big, golden honey pot right there, and I just gotta sit here and wait for it to get to me. That's not what I expect at all. That's one door opens the next. That's how it works. One door opens the next. Oh, spellcasting. Something's telling me to talk about spellcasting. Warnings of spellcasting. Um, a lot of people, they cast spells like writing something on paper and having a little ceremony and whatnot, and candles or whatever, and you can you can literally craft things in your future, but the divine law and order of your heart, overcoming those erroneous things such as lust and greed, that kind of selfishness, those overcoming those kind of things are very important, because a lot of times in the world when we want something and we just go after it, there's certain things in divine law and order which we're breaking in order to accomplish it. And so, in creating our future and manifesting our future, we don't want to break divine law and order. We don't want to do anything that's going to cause somebody to not be able to follow their own heart. And that really started out, like I was saying, towards the beginning of all of this, is that when I first learned about free will, I had to give people the full truth so that they could have a free will choice. Do you want to be my friend? Here's all the information of who I am. Do you want to be my friend? No? Okay, bye. It's that simple. Over and over and over and over and over and over. I was lying to fit in with people. I was lying to fit in with people who didn't think how I thought, who didn't view the world how I viewed it. They wanted and chose to read from a book, sound holier than thou, look pristine and clean, and live a double life. Last time I checked, I was told to live one life, my life, not someone else's life. It was hard. It was difficult to do that. It was that stage of my life was not easy. There was much loss. People fears is the loss that's going to come with speaking the truth. And that's the crossroads. If you've never heard of the crossroads on the spiritual realm of speech, this is literally the crossroads of life that keeps us from progressing. Because we get to this crossroad, and at the crossroad, essentially at the center, it's the truth. And if we can't present the truth, we don't get to pass through, because the event is there in the middle of the street. The only way the event gets cleared is if we speak the truth. And if we speak the truth, we can walk. We can keep walking forward. The person of whose choice it was to either join us on our path or to move out the way, well, they were waiting for our truth. They weren't able to make that choice or make that decision. They weren't able to change their position of what they were doing, because their perspective correlated to the information we gave them. So we kept their mind, we kept their awareness in a box. See, we wind up blinding each other from the truth, and this is what creates bad relationships, bad friendships, bad endings, is because at the end, either person can't hold back. It's irritating. Blah, here's all the truth. I can't put up with all of that. Blah, here's all the truth. And if that truth came out in the beginning, that whole course of life would have never happened. A whole nother direction, a whole nother option would have happened for the individual. Who knows? It might have been loneliness. That loneliness might have led to personal growth. That personal growth might have changed your vibration, and changing your vibration, your frequency. Now you're drawn to a new partner, a new person, a new friend, and you actually having things in common. Now you don't have to worry about what you say. You could say the wrong thing, and they'll look back at you like, "What'd you just say?" And you'd be like, "Oh man, I didn't mean that. Whoops, I didn't think so. Okay, go on, tell me what you were telling me, and things can be heard and friendships can be, but around the wrong person, man, the wrong word, fireworks, volcano, freaking earthquake, the whole thing's erupting. Oh gosh, been walking on eggshells the whole time and just realized that there's your foundation cracked too. We're standing on a bunch of bunch of cardboard. It wasn't even plywood there. It's cardboard. We were standing on, fell through. That happens with fake stuff. Fake stuff don't hold up. Fake stuff makes you go, "What the heck's going on there?" It keeps scratching your head. And then you say, "Well, I'm overthinking it." You're not overthinking anything. You keep thinking about it because there's a piece of the puzzle that's missing. Maybe there's a whole bunch of pieces missing. That's people not telling you the truth. "Oh, I wasn't lying. I just didn't say that part of it." You want to be a teenager and quarrel over definitions of words on that level after your behavior? That's a bratty kid to me. It's an idea that I got from a movie. Okay, I love movies. I love film. They got great ideas. The movie was Escape from L.A., right? And all the bad guys, they on that island. You do something bad in the movie, because the earthquake happens and California's island breaks off, and they make that plot of land, like if you're a bad person, you get sent to that plot of land and nobody can leave it. Like they'll just kill anybody that leaves it. So it's, all the bad people just go there. They live there the rest of their life. Nobody else deals with them, right?
They're isolated from the world. And so then my brain was like, well, if all the loving people like isolated themselves away from the bad people, the mean people that use each other and lie to each other, if all the honest and good people just, I'm not going to hang around the bad, that's all. If we just turned our back on them quite literally, then who are they going to go to hang out with each other? Who are they going to go to for help? They're going to go to each other. Bad will find bad, and then they will take each other out. They'll learn their own lessons. They'll have to deal with each other. They'll be stuck in their own island of existence. They'll be literally stuck in hell with the majority of the world living in heaven. We don't choose to interact. So, I mean, if you come after us, we're a community. The whole community's going to react. We don't need an army to fucking protect us. If our community's being hurt by one person, the fucking community's going to step up. If the whole goddamn land's getting hurt by one, the whole goddamn land's going to step up. It's all our land. And the bad don't have, they don't have a sustainable environment anymore. They don't have a sustainable energy environment. They don't have a stable emotional environment. They don't have stability anymore. If they want stability, they have to choose love. They have to choose to be kind. They have to choose not to be mean. They have to choose not to be vengeful. They have to choose not to be greedy. Everybody could have a whole bunch. We don't have to just, everybody only gets a little bit. Everybody could have excess. Everybody could. It's possible. But greed disrupts balance. I'll say it again. Greed disrupts balance. Lust disrupts balance. How does lust disrupt balance? Somebody was supposed to meet their significant other. It was a fated thing in the stars in which this person worked for it and this person worked for it, and their magnetism drew them from two different states into the same area, and they come around each other, and it's love at first sight. And somebody's lust and greed of, they have her and I have my eyes on that, and they come in and start wooing and booing and all sorts of kind of cooing, and now the whole thing's she with the other guy, and the whole stars, they ain't aligned anymore. You see? See how it disrupts the balance. Restoring balance is so important. A huge part of our balance is restoring joy, happiness, all through sincerity, the protection of that, knowing that that can last without bullies coming around and hurting it. I beg for the freaking day that in whatever freaking public school there is in any part of the world, in every freaking school, that the bully picking on the other person is immediately identified and separated. No, that's not accepted. No, little Timmy, you good. Don't worry about anything you did, said, or anything. You good. We know the source of it. It was this bully over here. That was the problem. You'll still get your education. You're going to learn how to treat other people properly first before you start interacting like that. That's not acceptable for our human species. We don't have balance like that. That's why the question doesn't even matter. We should not be living in a world where the bully is protected, where the bully has safeguards, where the bully can lie through all of these different measures and jump through all these loopholes in order to stay a free person when they've done a verifiably horrid, vile, violent act. What the fuck? I know what the. Somebody got a lot of money paying somebody else to do what they want, and they got a free ticket of whatever the hell. That shouldn't exist. Just because you get to the top don't mean you got a free ticket. Just because you get to the top, you should still have to watch your P's and Q's, dog it.
the top of a company, the top of a religious group, the top of a faction, the group, the top of this, the top of anything. They should be held doubly accountable. The last time I checked, in the scriptures of that good old book that they swear in on, and it says that anybody wanting a position in the congregation, anybody wanting a position of hierarchy, in a position of authority, when it comes over other people's lives on a spiritual level, they're going to be held double accountable. They're double accountable for their actions. They don't get a free pass to say, oh, just because you're leading God's lambs, you get to make a few mistakes. Fuck that. No, it's not there. And yet we say, oh, it's okay. Sure, you've done something so vile, but it's okay. We're going to just leave you there. No worries. Free pass. Did you weren't sure about that free pass? Here's another free pass. There you go. Just make sure you feel okay. You want a gold sticker too? Yeah. How about two of them? That'll be good. We'll put one on each pass. Sure. There you go. There's your gold stickers. Okay. Fucking God. This is the kind of society that we have. This is the kind of humankind that we have. This is why I don't interact with certain elements. This is why I go in certain scenes. This is why my life is the way my life is. Because I already saw the folly in all of it. And I said, I don't want to be part of that. It's a shit show. And if I go in, I'm going to get that nasty stuff on me. And I don't care for that. I don't know what y'all are into, but I'm not into that. I don't on the TV or any at the toilet and gone and flush and good, move on. Like like um, I don't do that kind of stuff. Not mentally, not physically, not emotionally, not morally, not in any way. No, no, no. We allow people to live a debased life and then we cheer it on. It's our cheering that encourages the activity of others. It's our praise to others that encourages them to keep doing what they're doing. If nobody tunes into them, if nobody watches them, if nobody listens, your sadness kicks in. They feel all alone. They know, oh. And then what happens? Their plans start stalling. And what they wanted to do doesn't happen. They want to do something bad, so I'm glad that stalled out. That's good. I'm glad it lost its fire. Spark went out and everything. Good. That's the way it should have. Didn't need to attack it. Didn't need to fight it. Just needed to let it exhaust itself out and gone. Easy. How do people become big and strong and famous usually? Usually. It's at the expense of others. Usually. There's good people out there. Some good things happen. Situations. People earn things and whatnot. Well, usually. It's because they won the greatest battle on earth against other people, emotions and personalities and this and that and that getting there wasn't pretty. That was not a pretty uh, um, journey. It was not a kind or soft walk in to get to that point. And then all that behavior for that extended amount of time created habits. Because what happens when you do something for 40 days consecutively every single day? You create a habit. That habit, you're going to do it without thinking about it. So now a bunch of habits are formed to do things that it's not natural to one's character. Then they get into a position and they're not the person who they first started out with. They went through a change. They got different habits now, different person. Now they have conflict because there's no resolution of who they became and who they were. They know what they had to do. And if they want to survive, they just have to keep going because they don't know how to resolve the two different lives. They don't know how to resolve the hypocrisy turn. And so, because there's no resolvement, because there's no addressing of that, then, well, they become somebody else of who now they don't even know who they're becoming anymore. Now it's this and then that and then this and it's why people go down a certain road and then we see all these different like reports and whatever. Man, somebody's going through a hard time right now. Yeah, a lot of things freaking happen. A lot of things happen where there was no resolve, and now it all just crashed on itself. It's too much. There was no solid foundation, and that's where lives get turned around and flipped upside down. And if anything, that's one of my focuses is to be able to help people not go through in their life is that crash. Because it's darn near inevitable for a lot of people. But if the truth was present the entire time, then they wouldn't have to think about other stories or other habits or other things. They would know who they are. They would know what they do. Probably wouldn't have got them to the position to be where they were or whatever. It's a rough world and there's good people in it. There's very good people in it. And those are the few. I saw this on video and I personalized it completely. I personalized it 100%, totally. And essentially, the guy was talking about, uh, like, he was talking about, like, it's like, okay, so, it's supposed to be all spiritual stuff and share and help. And then, like, he's referencing seeing somebody, he doesn't reference me personally. I don't know, whoever the video I didn't, I don't think I saved it, but maybe I did, but they didn't reference me or anything like that. I personally, but somebody of my being, and they're like, man, they're seeing all the bad comments come through. They're seeing all the hate and all of this stuff happen, and they're like, I don't know if I want to do that. Doesn't actually look all that fun, actually. Like people throwing pies at you all day, man. That doesn't, that's kind of, it put a different tune, on them. And this is the reality: is that there are divine warriors, there are angels, there are archangels in the flesh, and they can conquer battles that nobody else can. Emotional, they can open doors for humanity that nobody else can, just through everyday dealings and interactions with people. But they're afraid, they're held back because of what somebody else might say. For me, for me, on my journey, it's not just faith and belief that I'm going to be protected. Like, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen over and over, firsthand. I'm protected. I'm fucking protected. I'm knock on wood, whatever you want to do. There's nothing you can do to break that. Nothing you can do to shake it. You can go get covens together. You can go get an alliance of covens, and everything's going to backfire. Everything's going to backfire on you. The whole group. Everybody's going to feel it. They're all going to know. I already seen it. I've seen it too much. Like, it's just fact. That's fact. It's just fact. So on my spirit journey, there is no fear to go forth and take people's comments of whatever they want to say or do or whatever the case. Because if it comes to my flesh, sheesh, I seen the divine step up out of nowhere. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go this way, and bye bye. Not my thing. Um, so someone who is perhaps thinking they're on the spiritual path and they have ideas like of doubt like that, then they haven't solidified their relationship with the divine father and mother. No disrespect to that individual, whoever it might have been, or maybe they were just found words from somebody else, posted it out. It could have been anything, people do that all the time. So, but I don't have those fears. I don't have those doubts. I don't have those concerns. I don't have those worries. I've survived too much already. And if that fateful day was to come, well, I'm gonna open up my eyes to my mama and my daughters. So happy ending, win-win for me. Or you can just get to them sooner. I'm not trying to do that, but I'm not worried about that moment. That moment will happen for everybody has their moment when that's gonna happen. And there ain't one thing we can do to make it be a day longer or a day shorter. There could be a billionaire trying to extend their life, spending money, bukus money, millions and billions of dollars to live longer. And man, their body's doing good and they look like, and the way it's going, they look like they're going to be 200 years old before they die. And then they get into an accident. Gone. All that money. Wasted. We can't change. We don't know what's coming tomorrow. We don't know those things. The only way we truly can extend our lives is through the peace that we have within ourselves. Because that literally, scientifically, literally, it regenerates your body. It extends to the duration that it can live through. In every single person, there's I won't say every single one, but I'll say two in particular. There was a story I heard, and it was a real story. It was when I was younger, and it was this Japanese lady, and she smoked cigarettes to the day she died, but she was like 110 or something like that. She was like she was old, man. She's past 100, and she smoked cigarettes. And I'm like, huh, interesting. And then I met this one guy down in New Mexico, and his mom or his grandma, one or the other, they lived to be 100 plus years old, and they smoked cigarettes till the day they died. So that was two accounts, two real accounts that I heard of that. And I'm like, well, then how could they live long? How could they live a long life? And that's when I really started connecting to a lot of stuff I had read, the peace, the calmness, and that state of being. And I was like, because they're happy. They lived a long life for more than 100 years because they were happy. They did what they wanted to do. Screw you. I don't care what you think. I'm going to do what I want to do till the day I die. Thank you very much. To the day of my ascension, however you want to see it. But I'm going to be happy. If you want the bubble gum, go buy the bubble. Go get a pack of bubble gum. That's what you want. Leave off what you're doing. Go get your bubble gum. Go back. Be happy while you're doing what you're doing. You're sitting there the whole time, ain't got your bubble gum, and you're like, dang it, I ain't got my bubble gum. I hate being here. Oh, go get your bubble gum. And you be like, oh, I got my bubble gum. I'm happy. Do whatever you're doing. Bubble gum, be your Dr. Pepper, be your cigarettes, could be this, could be that, whatever your fancy is. My mom, when she was around and kicking, it didn't matter if it was hot. It didn't matter if it was cold, great. But she didn't care if it was hot. She still, literally, it could be a hot can of Dr. Pepper. She'd drink, she'd be happy to have it if she didn't have one. If she didn't have one, she'd be happy to have it. Hot or cold, she didn't care. Dr. Pepper, that was her thing.
So she's having a bad day, bring her a Dr. Pepper. Always had Dr. Pepper in the fridge. Man, always had. Got like, 24 cases. Boom, right there. Halfway out, and make sure to get another one. We're not going to run out of that stuff. Make sure mom's happy anytime she needs to be happy. But those kind of little things are important, regardless of what somebody tells you what you should or shouldn't be doing with your life. It's your life. You want to make a choice to eat better, you want to make a choice to live better, if you want to make a choice to do something with your life, that's your choice to make. It's your choice. It ain't somebody else's choice. It's not my choice. It's your choice. And to me, that's when we start, when we personalize things and let other people live their own life, then they have free will. But when we just go up to people and we tell them, oh, you should do this, or you should do that, or you should correct that, or you should correct that, then we don't let them have free will. We're controlling them. We're controlling their course of life. We're controlling the way that they think. We're putting them in a box. Their mind wasn't stuck there. Their mind was exploring. And that's why I leave myself on giving good advice, helpful advice when I can. And I do. But free will is a very powerful thing. The will, your own personal will, your willpower can change the dynamic of anything. Somebody else, they might think that they just got a bunch of resources. Okay, money, whatever the case, resources. But they don't have any willpower behind it. They just saw something that they greedily want, lustfully wanted, boom, and they have the ability and the resources and they're going after it. But you want it. You don't have the money and you don't have the resources, but you have the willpower. Your willpower aligned with your chakras, your mind, body, soul, and heart. Mind, body, and soul. Soul being heart. Those three aligned, you can conquer anything, whether you have the resources or the money. Your will can change the factor of things. Maybe you don't get it this time. Maybe you don't succeed this time. But you learn, wait a second, I was missing that and I was missing this. Boom, okay, I'll apply that to what I'm doing. Next time I go at it, I'll have a solution. I'll have success then. And each time there's failure, it's learning another thing we didn't see, learning something else we didn't see. And I mentioned this before, but if you do something, do it correct the first time so you don't have to go back to it. So for me, nowadays, when I get into a situation and I can see it going sour, I'm going to pay super extra attention because I don't want to go through this incident again in my life. I don't care what their name is. I don't care where it is. I don't care how it shapes up. But the next time I see that kind of situation crop up somewhere else, shoot, I already know how to get out of it. Whatever, I paid enough attention. I don't need to repeat it twice. I saw it, I watched it, I know it. I can get by it. And that kind of solution solving mentality is on a regular basis, every single day. I can come up with a solution with this. I can work through this. Okay, that's not for me. Let them have the win. I'm going to go over here and do this instead. I'm going to pivot. You can pivot in life. You can totally pivot. Somebody gets left with the ball and they're like, what the heck? The other team left. I win the game? Huh, well, cool. And then they're happy. Great. You're off doing what you want to. You're happy. Great. World goes round. Less tension, less heartache, less stress. Okay? Or you could believe me or not. But we personally contribute to the Earth's environment every single day. We contribute to the earthquakes. We contribute to the volcanoes. We contribute to the hurricanes. We contribute to the weather when it is disastrous. Because it's each and every single one of us around the globe worrying. We're concerned, stressing, got to meet that deadline, got to do that. So the pressure is on everybody. And we look around and we're like,
where's this going? Because I don't see it going anywhere good. So there's no positive hopes, along with all the negativity. And all of that around the entire globe, along with all the junk that's going on. The world is feeling it and it's vibrating at that disturbance. It's vibrating at a chaotic state. It's not so much as our physical actions, but our own vibrations first. If our own vibration gets correlated and correct and aligned, then the vibrations around us are going to balance out as well. But if our personal energy is in a state of chaos, in a state of panic, in a case of stress, then what we're doing is anybody we're going around, we're literally sending that energy out to them. If we're embracing anybody, we're giving them that chaos. We're not intending to. We feel love and kind, and I want your day to get better. You want my day to get better. But in that moment, that brief moment, chaos was the underlying hum that was keeping that vibration what it was, because it wasn't permanent. It was a moment of bliss. It was a moment of feeling good. And that moment isn't your permanent energy. It isn't your energy, because what you one vibration, live one vibrational energy. When you live one vibrational energy every single day of your life, that's what becomes your frequency. That's what your vibration is. The regular attunement of something is what it's going to be. I'm horrible on cars. If you got a car, all I know is it could be something as simple on the brakes or in the wheel drum or somewhere on the wheel. And if you let a problem with the wheel happen long enough and you don't take care of it, that inconsistency is going to cause other problems to other parts in the vehicle. And now you got all sorts of problems going on in your vehicle. Why? Because the one wheel wasn't taken care of. Just one wheel. It could have been easily replaced, fixed, whatever the case, the brake, whatever the case. But because that wasn't taken care of, so much wound up spreading. Paying attention to something and actually working with it when it's active. I did. I stopped waiting for the right time. I mean, either the person hates me or, they care for me. Either they're going to respond and be an ugly person, or they're going to respond and they're going to understand and be like, I don't even have time to deal with it right now. We'll talk about it later. Okay, great. Cool. Like at least they know. At least they're not going to find out from somebody else. At least they're not going over the assumption that I'm going to be or whatever the case, and I'm not. One of the biggest causes of frustration leading to anger is having expectations and then they get shattered. That can really cause a lot of bad stuff to jump up in the system for somebody. And that's why I look at positive words and good intentions and all that kind of stuff, and it makes me feel good and I embrace it when it's spoken. But who knows what the future is going to bring? And in that kind of a context, if it doesn't happen, I'm not left like feeling any kind of way. I know that I did what I could to make it happen. I know they did what they could to make it happen. It didn't happen. Okay. But when I was younger, I would put my hopes in it. I would put my dreams in it. I would go tell everybody I knew about it. Everybody. And then it wouldn't happen. And I go into a place I go into, and they ask me, well, what are you doing here? You said you were going to be somewhere else. Said you were going to be doing something else.
Yeah, fell through, and then I feel bad all day, and then I get to my own personal time, and I'm tired of feeling bad. Now I start feeling angry. Then I go do all that stuff, and that stuff, and that stuff, and that stuff. Well, hey, let's stop that whole emotional spiral of all that junk right in the butt. Let's nip it right in the butt. And so I've been living like that for a multitude of years at this point now. It changes the interactions, it changes the expectations, it removes pressure. If stress becomes present, I'm not the one contributing to it. That ain't my doing. That's for sure. I'm smooth ripples, a smooth current. Oh my God, oh my God. Got something over here. Let me check that. Hello, Matthew. Matthew McDade. I heard that name the other day. Serge Tankian. I don't know who that is. Hmm. Lone Ranger. That's a good one. Oh, if this is a Wendy's, I'll take the spicy chicken sandwich meal with fries and a root beer, no ice. Thank you. Extra veggies. Thanks, please. Hold on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Ah, okay, actually, this is a good one. I'm glad I scrolled up. I'm glad I scrolled up. All right, this is some real talk here. Some real stuff. So, Bindi Oceans, LOL. They said globalist psychopaths know how to control your entire circulatory system. Yes, they do. They do. They actually do know how to do that. And they have machines and they have magical abilities and all sorts of stuff from books they've never shared with anybody. Information that's been handed down from master to student. And that's why I come and I teach what I teach and share what I share and go over the ceremonies that we go over in the morning because you can actually defend yourself against this. And that is part of your own Merkaba. See, people think about astrally traveling and they're flying through the air and they there's the proper words and they can guide their dreams, right? They can guide their own body and their dreams in events like that. What they're not seeing is that while you travel around astrally, the spirit it picks up anything like fuzz, like static electricity and fuzz. It's sticking to you. Okay.
The soul, the spirit, it picks up energy. And one of the very first things getting into astral projection, all that kind of magical working, is setting up your Merkaba. And your Merkaba is essentially a vehicle in which your body is able to reside within while you travel on the esoteric spectrum in the quantum being while you're astrally working. And there's many people who don't know anything about that, and they go and they work a lot of those things, and they pick up energies they don't want, and they don't know why bad things are happening to them. Your Merkaba is just the first step. That's just your first layer of defense for your astral body. There's many more defenses you can bring in. These defenses come to stones being worn, metals being worn, different arrangements of materials on the body, because it literally blocks their frequency from being able to overcome your circulatory system, especially when you choose to become a divine being and move beyond the human inhibitions of which would lead us to negative outcomes ultimately. And when we move into a divine residence, those individuals who one uh, Ben Bendy mentioned as the globalist individuals, they're working at a lower vibration. They're working spells. They're actually manipulating the environment, not through divine law and order, but through a human standard. And when a human in the flesh moves into the realm of divinity through their actions every day by living that every day, it's not anything that you get by any person. But when you move into that realm of divinity, those spells, those people trying to hack your circulatory system, send in shit from satellites or whatever to your fucking to your brain to whatever it, there's stuff's out there and they do it. It they have flaws. Their systems have errors in their machines. Their people have errors in their ongoings. Their computer files mess up. Their car messes up. They have problems at home. This happens. They're not able to have success in what they want to do to you. This is the purpose of seeking divinity. This is why the story of Hiru is so important. See, I'm not going to go through it all again, but Hiru's reborn. He's Ra, reborn. He grows up and he goes and he fights Set, the guy, the bad uncle who killed his dad, who killed his old self. And the first time he goes against Set, he loses. Why? Because he's young. He didn't take any wisdom with him. So this time his mom said, go talk to Tahuti. And goes and talks to Tahuti. Tahuti is divine wisdom. He goes to get some divine wisdom. And then he acts. He acts with divine wisdom, with divine law and order. And when he moves with divine law and order, Set can't stand a chance because Set is working at a debased level. And Hiru, he's working at a divine level. Divinity's going to win every time. I don't care what the conflict is. I don't care what the issue is. I don't care what it is. Divinity wins every freaking time. Every time. Every time. Staff's name here is D right there. Divinity wins every time. That's why I dropped out of the human race. Said be no part of the world. Okay, be no part of the world. Don't worry about what humans are interested in. Don't follow their fads. Don't follow what they talk about. Don't try to be in their groups. Okay, gotcha. What am I into? Spiritual shit. How do I find spiritual shit? Connect with your mom. She's passed on, but her flesh is gone. Her spirit's still kicking. Connect. Okay, boom. I connect. One thing leads to another thing, leads to another thing, and I'm talking to the big J, Yeshua himself, the big spirit, the one you say is resurrected. He's chatting me, he's my bro. He's like, what's up, bro? I'm the first one on your journey. I'm going to help you get to here and there and introduce you to mom and let her share. So great. Awesome. But how could I believe that king is alive if I refuse any thought within my mind coming to me that seems different? A person in denial, a person in doubt, a person who truly doesn't believe, it don't matter what spiritual experience happens to them, they will not accept it, nor will they see it, nor will they know that it ever happened. when you become when you move into the divine realm of acting, of having, of your interests every day, it's real easy to see the kind of things that we don't play with anymore. It's easy to see why people don't get their way anymore. It's easy to win. It's not hard. It's not a struggle to win. Not when divinity is actually taking precedence. Not when divine law and order takes precedence. And you just be present for it. They'll hand you your certificate of win. They'll give you your win. They'll just hand it to you. Just, there you go. Go away. Leave us alone. So you can get back to what they want. Our work was done there. And that's one thing I've learned is moving from place to place has always been a work. In each place, a spiritual work. Um, Deceased souls, spirits that were on the property, interactions I'll have, and I'll mention it with the owner of the property, and they'll mention some childhood story of their mom having an interaction with the very same spirit that I described. All because I decided to open my mouth. All because I decided to purge fear from my life. I purged fear from my life. So there's no room for fear in my future. There's no placement for it. There's no existence for it. It's not. There's correct. There's wrong. There's wise. There's stupid over there. We don't hang with stupid. No, we don't. We make good decisions. But needless fear because I feel, yeah, well, let me study it. I'm gonna study it. I'm gonna learn about it. I'm gonna know how to work with it, and I'm gonna work with it. Not gonna be afraid of it. Good comment, Bindi. I appreciate it. Uh, my apologies to Dancing Israel. Your comments will not be blocked anymore. I apologize for that happening. Go ahead and put anything you want there. One of my favorite experiences upon my spiritual journey has been interacting with other spirits. Um, I've had spirits. There's a certain way that I know how to work, and I can really allow spirits to come within me, and I can be aware. They'll share information with me, and I'll perform a physical deed they need. And this is, the physical deed could it be as simple as washing dishes. It's the deeds, they're simple deeds, or they're not crazy, weird, stupid stuff like cleaning and doing good stuff. And but in a state of activity, a little share information, and they have the power to go within anybody's thoughts. They have the power to travel without a body, without being stuck to a body. And when we make contact with other spirits in our atmosphere, we can find friends actually. We wind up helping them, and we wind up giving them a home. Altar, big reason for an altar. They got a home. They got a place with energy where they can resonate, and they don't have to suck energy out of me. They don't have to suck energy out of anybody else. They got all the energy they want, 2 hours every single day and more, charging up the energy in the atmosphere. So they got plenty to do what they need to do. And then they wind up helping me. Not because I charged them, not because I bound them, not because I anything, but it's just like family. If you got two families hanging around each other long enough, two friends hanging around each other long enough, two friends that care about each other, see something, help them out, right? Help goes back and forth. That help going back and forth, boom, that makes the world go round. Somehow, through divine sight, through divine connection, we can sense in our environment when something is going to happen before we have sufficient reason that it's going to happen. The gut feeling. The gut feeling is very scientific. It's a very scientific reality. I do. I've had some interesting interactions where people were trying to do me harm, and the situation happened, and I came out unscathed, untouched, unapproached. But I noticed somebody run off, and those spirits, they'll tell me what they did to make that person run off. Nothing that I did, nothing I had any awareness of, but they'll tell me what they'll did, and I'm like, oh, nice one, thanks. They'll protect me when somebody else seeks to do me harm, and I don't even know what's coming, because they can pick up those intentions, they can pick up that energy, and it becomes an alarm system. It becomes a personal silent alarm, and that silent alarm can go off at any moment. And when it goes off within, I know, I know something's wrong. I know something's off, and I need to change wherever I'm heading, whatever I'm doing. Because that immediate change, without word, without awareness, without warning, that immediate change gives me the advantage to keep moving forward untouched. A lot of times in my past, I would seek to justify something. I would seek to explain what I did and how it was correct. I would seek to ensure that a good deed was seen as a good deed. And when usually 9 times out of 10, when I would attempt to do that, the situation would turn out bad because I went back to the situation. I went back to the energy that was no longer hospitable for my presence. And this is important in the world. Without reason, without knowing, strangers or not, it it is a skill that other people don't possess because they're not looking at those things. And that's okay. That's okay that they're not looking at it. But for myself, I gotta keep my eyes ahead of me. I gotta keep my eyes open. And so every good decision at every good turn, to every proper event always winds up working good. The temple of silence is a powerful thing. Your ability to maintain a thought and to keep that thought through different adversities, through different events in the world, will allow you to be able to carry out what you want to do. But when our thoughts get quickly taken off point to another direction, and then over there, and then over there, we lose direction. It's like the kid walking into the new place, or even an adult. You know, you walk into a place, you got all the toys over there, and all the shiny stuff over there, and all that stuff over there. He's overwhelmed by everything, like I mentioned earlier. That's usually what winds up happening. That overwhelming sensation, that overwhelming reality, winds up clouding thoughts. Those clouded thoughts delay actions. This is exactly what people have been doing to good, loving individuals in a negative way. I've done no more than learn from my environment, but I'm working with love. I'm not working with vengeance. I'm not working with. I took the rear view mirrors off my vehicle. I don't need them. I'm moving so fast. Whatever's back there, they can see me up front. Whatever. I don't see behind me. That's boom, gone. There was a time in my life, as I was mentioning earlier, and I would share everything with people. Everything. Every single thing. And when I did that carelessly, it was careless. I was not being careful with my own being. And when I did that, it gave people fuel and ammo to do things to hurt me with. And then I found out that the people hounding me with questions are usually the people that are trying to do me harm. That's why they want to know the information. Because they want to know how I'm going to wiggle out of whatever they got going on. If you enjoy the program, I mean, we're not going anywhere just yet. We still got time. But if you enjoy the program, we do got our GoFund. I got the GoFundMe set up. It's connected to the profile page. The link is right there. Appreciate any donations. Appreciate that. Still got about got what to the end of the month. Come up with a couple $100 to cover rent, and if that doesn't go through, well then Plan B kicks in. So just throwing that out there. But if not, no worries. And if you would like a copy of my book, you can shoot me an email at citra@yahoo.com. It's Citra, Setchra, at yahoo.com. I'll send you a free copy of my book, PDF copy. If you do want to buy a copy, you can go to lulu.com or Amazon.com. Yeah, you can go to Amazon.com and pull Citra, and it's going to bring up my book. There's the softback, which is like $20. I get very low profit on that. And then there's the hardback, which is $40, and I want to get in a few bucks of profit on that. I decided to make a lesser one, the softback, cheap as possible, so it'd be more affordable. Then made the other one more expensive. So if somebody actually wanted to get the profit or whatever, that's that one be there anyways. Thanks for all that. Thanks for commenting. You know, everybody that's commenting, I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing and chatting, and it's sometimes it's got its own community going on, and I enjoy. I'm happy when I see that some camaraderie going on, and that's really what it's like. I imagine I I imagine a lot, but where my mind immediately goes was there was a lady and she had mentioned that there was some spiritual activity happening on our world that was not necessarily expected so soon. But she went back and she did her own personal research and looking into the situation. And this was yesterday, and she was like, "This is happening. It's going around." And it's just I think there was what was there. I shouldn't speak on it because I didn't actually check the NOAA website, but I heard there was some activity with the sun recently, and so the sun's active. Elements are very active. Our world is very active. So many things going on, and a lot of times, how do we feel during that? Do we just ignore it and go on with our day? Anything that we choose to ignore, it's going to go into the subconscious. It's going to go down below. It's still there. It's present. It's meaningful to us. And we just interact day to day, try to make each day be good. I wasn't able to do that. I'm, I look at the world, and that's what I want to keep doing. That's why my life is I'm waiting. Right now I've got at least 4 projects that I haven't been able to work on in over I don't know about a year now. It's been about a year, close up to it at least. Just haven't had certain things, haven't had the ability, resources, whatever the case. So there's a bunch of projects I'm just sitting on, and I'm just my mind's in a space of collaboration with others, being in an environment with others, and being able to collab and do things together, taking things to the next step, to the next level, to the next portion of presentation. I've been on this journey for a while. When I first started doing videos, way long ago, they were of one fashion, of one sort, and nowadays it's obviously different. It's a completely different sort. It's changed. Back in the day, I had a whole suit of armor on my YouTube channel here. Got videos in the suit of armor and all that sort of stuff. And I moved into a spiritual path in life. It's interesting because I was able to really express who I wanted to be in a neighborhood that was they they were they were awesome. They were awesome, and everybody knew me. They let me just be me, and I got to be me for so long that when I started interacting with the world again, that I didn't care for wearing pants. I didn't care for dressing the way people dress. I didn't care for that anymore. I tried it once. I tried it twice.
Second time, it's just like, it was still, huh, I don't care for pants. I am not into pants. I, I, I was okay with it before. The life grows and develops. We have new interests, new likes, new habits. And that's what I've really enjoyed about the different places where I've went. I'm thinking about one shop. I worked at a corset shop where the lady, she handmade all the corsets herself. She made every corset for all of them, professional great corsets. And that was like my first real gig, uh, job. I did other things, other Renaissance fairs, but that was the first time I like worked, like in a booth. I did other things before that, and that was interesting to be able to see that life, to be able to be behind the scenes. It was a stage right outside the door, so we see the shows that come on, and the people. I noticed people, they're in a different environment, and they're not as stiff as they would be, in everyday day to life. The environment that we're in, it allows us to be at a different state of being, whether we're relaxed or whether we're tense. Being all that tense don't work. Take care, Margaret. See you on the morrow. Thank you, Camel. Appreciate that. The theories that other people have, the science that they work like Cat in the Box, um, different philosophical insights. For me personally, when I start thinking about philosophy, when I start thinking about a good idea, I want to put the good idea to action. I want to test it out. And that's how we're all scientists. That's what I like about science is they can create like an experiment and it can have a certain result and they can list everything they did and that's its published paper, and then other people around the world, they can take those same elements, they can put it through the experiment and see if it actually yields the results. And if other people around the world, yield the same results, well then it's, tried and tested. We got a new science thing in our world that's actual and real that we know for sure. And
when I consider things like out of the Bible or from philosophers or out of any book with wisdom of guidance, that's that's it right there. That's what you want to be looking for. Well, Jim, we do have another Jim, so just if you think that's that, you can keep thinking that. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Kika. I appreciate that. People do like to test other people in a multitude of ways. Um, and they don't stop. The testing from people don't. The testing from divinity stops. That's what I found. Divinity, after a certain mark, they stop testing. We're real world working, and we're taking care of issues. We're done with tests. There's a disturbance. There's an imbalance. Let's create a balance. Let's figure out what the solution is and move on. Humans keep testing. Humans keep testing. Humans keep questioning. Humans keep wondering. Humans they don't believe until it's proven, without a shadow of a doubt. I just learned how to move faster than having the proof in front of me. Like I got the proof I needed. I saw what I needed to see. I saw it work. That's good enough for me. I'm gonna work with what works. I'm going to apply those good ideas from those books. I'm going to apply those philosophical ways from the Bible. I'm going to apply that. I'm going to apply those ideas to my life. Because when I apply them to my life, one at a time, I can see and measure the results and go, hey, what I read in that smart old book, I did what it said with a heart of love, pure intention. It didn't work. Not good advice. I'm not going to do it again. I don't care if people want to say, oh, it's a holy word or anything. It didn't work for me. I'm not using it. Did that portion work for me? And I connected with that. That was pretty wise. I tried that out in my life. I applied what I read over here. I applied what that philosopher thought over there. I applied it to my life. And now it created a solution where I didn't have frustration. Oh, sheesh. We're going to do that one for 40 days. Make sure we remember that one good as it's a habit. I don't even want to have to think about it. It's just going to happen when I need to have it. So, boom, that one's due. Next, give me the great next idea. And that's what I'm going to work on. That's my school. Those are my teachers. That's my invisible college that I went to. I chose my teachers. I chose what I learned from. I chose what I wanted to become. And I said, well, these subjects are going to support me being that. So then I need to learn from those guys, not just learn from them. I need to do it. If he's saying this is how you do it, I need to be able to do it. I need to be able to do it when the problem happens and another problem happens. And when I do it, I get past problems. And it worked. Ha! Now that I know that it worked for me, now that I know that it worked for them, because now I got my proof, now I can share it with others. For me, that's how I like to pass information on. If it didn't work for me, I don't care what I read. It didn't work. It didn't go through. Maybe it works for them. Maybe you know how to work it. Maybe they're a master now. I didn't find no success in that, so it's not my thing. Knowing what is your thing, what isn't your thing, writing down what you're good at, knowing what you're accustomed to what you like, the type of energy and the flow of what you like to do. These are all very important things. And every single day of life, when there's no interactions going on, when there is just like flipping on the tube or the channels or whichever you're watching and going through, I'm just trying to pass time. Well, I started thinking about that. Why do I just want to pass time? So that I get older faster? No, I don't want to just pass time. Did I did 5 hours go by and it felt like it was only like 2 hours? Good. Because for me, I experienced living longer than the actual allotted time gave me to feel. So in a sense, I wound up living longer on my own perspective. I'll take it. I'll go with that. Other people, they're like, oh man, time's dragging on. What's going on? I gotta get going to get there to do nothing. Oh man. And they're just complaining the whole time. They don't realize what's actually happening. If you're just trying to pass time, you're just trying to get to the next good event. If you're just going from good event to good event, there's going to be a lot of crash out in between those events. A lot of crash out. That's why for me, okay, the good event, it'll happen sometime in the future, I'm sure. I mean, those pop up as they pop up. So I got to keep doing what I'm doing. I can't just I can't just pass time. I want to be proactive with my time. I want to utilize my time. My time's important to be able to grow, develop, do this, do that. If I just sit around and don't do anything, then I'm not going to accomplish this, and that. In which, when the day came that now I can't do it because I didn't work towards it. So now that I'm present in the event, I can't do it because I don't have didn't work on nothing. But if I sat around working on something, on anything, anything, then when the event happened, hey, I got something I could bring to the event. Boom. Nobody was planning on that one. There's a little sparkle of surprise with all of that. Nailed it. Thanks, Noob Master. I appreciate that. And really, that's what that's what this is really about: is the collective consciousness coming together. The collective consciousness is each one of us plugged in. It's each one of us online. It's each one of us shining our light, and that light comes out as truth. When you shine a light, when you walk into a room and there's all bugs around and stuff, something like that, one of those kind of places, you turn on lights, whab, and they all scatter. So what's going to happen when each one of us around the world, when our lights get turned on, when we fully have our complete rebirth, when our childhood self is back with us, when we're moving with the spirit and we're divine and we're speaking nothing but truth, nothing but truth. So help me God. Why do I have to say an oath? Well, I don't need to say an oath in order for me to say the truth. I made that pledge with myself long ago. Truth comes out. That's that. Things change on the fly. A truth one day, three days later, and a whole bunch of stuff happening, that shit could change, and now that truth sounds like a lie. If there's no updates in the middle, if there's no communication, the truth can very quickly turn to a lie. It was not originally a lie, it was the truth when it was spoken. But when each one of us does this around the world, that's what all the people with the lies are going to do. They're going to scatter. They don't want truth. They like lies. They like going behind the doors. This is what changed my entire life. I was Jehovah's Witness growing up. I've been through, I was in that religion for 27, 28 years of my life, born and raised. If something went down, here's what happened. Two elders, two of the priestly class, two elders, two grown men, or whoever's guilty, whoever did some wrong, whoever they got opinion against, whoever they're spinning something against. All sorts of shit goes on. Good stuff, bad stuff, who knows? It's up to those two people. Whatever their heart wants to do with it. Just because you got a coat on and belong to some group don't mean that you're a good person. It means you know how to act very good. It's about it. Because we all know that's not how we act when we're at home. It's a show. It's a show at one place, and we act differently at home. Put on a show there, take off that outfit, have a different mind and attitude over there. Not the same person. And every time they'd want to do that, it'd be them two, it'd be the one person. They go into the back room all by themselves. Everybody else is gone. Congregation already let out. Everybody already left. Two grown men and the accused all by themselves. Who do you think has a win? Them two men of power. Them two men, they get to dominate anything. They could say anything they want, and they win. The person coming in, the accused, what do they got to stand on? Nothing. They ain't got no power. They ain't got no seniority. They ain't at their level. They ain't climbed those ranks within that system. So now they're whatever those two men want to do, that's up to them. The shady shit happens in closed doors. The shady shit happens behind the scene. You want to make a deal with me? Let's turn on the damn camera and fucking microphone that shit and let the whole world see it. As far as I'm concerned, let the world see what's going on. Why not? I ain't got nothing to hide. Other people, they got mountains to hide. Mountains. They don't know where to get rid of the information. Truth is powerful. And we either contribute to a lawless land where corruption runs it every day. We all know the truth behind things. Money wins, popularity, power, those things. It only wins because we cheer it on. We allow it and we say it's acceptable. We go on with our days and we say, oh, whatever. I'll just ignore it, stuff it down. I got a 9 to 5. I need to work. I need to pay my bills at the end of the month. That's why we are where we are right now. That's why the world is at the state that it is right now. From weather to humans. And that collective consciousness we are each a part of, and we can each strengthen it tenfold than one person. The more we build ourselves up, the more we build each other up, the more we realize that the collective conscious is active and kicking because we're plugged into it around the world, then things start changing and shifting along with our truth. Because now that we're putting out the energy into our worldwide collective atmosphere, that only truth wins, only truth gets the okay, only truth is stamp of approval. If it comes packaged with a lie, reject it. Got a trash bin and you push a button and fires down there and incinerates it. Got lies on it, incineration. Got truth on it, go on through. You want to play games between truth and lie with other words? Psh, incineration to that package, to that idea, to that dream. Gone. What we decide to uphold as a spiritual body around this world, that's what everybody else's rules have to play by. The majority energy wins. That's it. That's it. And if we collectively, one by one becomes two, two becomes four, four becomes eight. We don't need no name of some group. You're not you following you, your own heart, your own connection. Whatever your life becomes, it's what you become the master of. But going back to that Merkaba, it is important that you do become the master you're meant to be. It is important that you do grow, even if just a little bit each day. Learn something a little bit new. Okay, I learned something new yesterday. I gotta apply it today. Somehow I gotta apply that to my life. Some interaction, some moment, journal about it or something. That's my homework. When I was a kid, I hated doing homework. I hated it. I didn't do work. I didn't do schoolwork at home. I do schoolwork at school. You want to give me some work? I'll do it at school. I ain't doing it at home. My home life is my home life. I go to school. That's my time at school. Anyways, I don't care for homework. But these days, these years, I give myself homework practically every day. I mean, I got so much this and that. I got that to do, and I got this little writing, reading, studying this subject, that subject, whatever the case. Because that's going to keep me interested. That's going to keep me sharp. That's going to keep me developing. It's going to keep me growing. And if you keep growing, you're going to eventually tower one day so tall, you're going to be able to have some produce and fruit, shade people from the heat, feed them when they're hungry. And in all of these ways, it's the energy, it's the energetical presence that we're giving to each other. I mentioned this earlier. We all eat energy, we all consume energy from each other. People talk about energy vampires. And if you want to look at it like that way, then just about every single person, just about every single person on this world would be classified as an energy vampire. You'd have a very small group of healers that are not, because they're more so giving energy, but we feed on each other's energy whether we know it or not. If it's bad energy and that's all we have, our body will resonate that energy, will feed on it. We can create our own abundance of energy, and from that abundance, that's what we share. If you can't create an abundance for yourself, you can't hold yourself to a standard where you have to go share. Without an abundance, I can't keep sharing because I'm going to run out. And when I run out, then I'm out. And when I'm out, I don't got nothing to eat. That's not good. So I got to make sure, watch out for myself first. make sure that's it. And then out of the abundance, now I can start blessing. Now I can start giving. Because as soon as my abundance goes down, I still got myself taken care of, and I can build that abundance back up and give. And I'm talking about energy. I'm not talking about physical things here. I'm talking about energy. We will go into work, different environments, and we take those hits over and over and over. And we think we can just keep taking it. But that is where the scripture of love is long suffering, not forever suffering. Long suffering, not forever suffering. There's a big difference there. Love is not forever suffering. Love has limits. And when those limits are hit, that's your personal silent alarm. That's your personal awareness to take care of thyself, to build thyself up. And the Divine Mother, she is paramount in building you up. She is paramount in that connection. A lot of people don't even know the Divine Mother, don't even have a construct of the Divine Mother. I remember when I first heard about the Divine Mother. I didn't do anything for a while. But then I started researching. Then I started looking into, hold on a second. There was a Divine Father, I knew about that one. But Divine Mother, hold on a second. I found that hole in our heart that we seek to fill everywhere, it is the Divine Mother. That is the missing piece. That is the missing ingredient. I've thought it for years, and I've said it plenty of times. The Holy Spirit is the Divine Mother. It's the Divine Mother. Divine Mother, Divine Father, Divine Child. Just turned into a ghost. And then I started looking at a family structure. And then I started looking at like the worldwide priesthood kind of thing. You know, men, it's only men, no women. Women aren't allowed to do the stuff the men do. I started looking at that. And I started looking at the men closer. I started looking at what they do and say and things like that. And I said, actually, what this is looking like is like little kid. He grew up. He got his own club. And he said, it's a boys only club, but we got to let our wives and kids in. So they don't get to do anything. It's all the privileges only go to men. So if you have a house, I've lived in a lot of houses, a lot of different houses. I was invited, they let me live there, like I'm staying where I am. And in some places, there ain't no mama around. Just guys doing what they do. And the way I see things going on, it reminds me of religion real quick. I didn't talk about religion, you just talk about a group of people. You ever been in a house with a mama? That mama don't let things get all dirty. That mom, she gonna lay things down a certain way. She gonna take care of the house. She's gonna pay attention to things that aren't being paying attention to by the guy, by the man. Man's headed somewhere else. He's thinking somewhere else, working on something else, doing something else. Man's go, 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 whatever. So you take the woman out of the place of the house, there's imbalance. That's imbalance. Every single tribal ceremony I looked at, going back thousands of years, the man and the woman were required to embody the divine presence. It was not just a man, it was not just a woman, it was a man and it was a woman in order to resonate that divine presence. A unity, not division, not submission, but unity. I saw how they took out the woman from the recipe, and yet they'd share in their book. A house divided against itself cannot stand. So then everybody just has to submit to your decision of what to do. You're not going to take the advice of a loving woman, of a mother. Because the last time I checked, my mother, she knew how to take care of me. My daddy sucked at it. Couldn't even, literally didn't even buy me underwear. I had no, my mom had to call a friend out of state and go, because I was with my dad. And she had to get the friend to buy me underwear and bring me stuff that I needed. My dad refused to get me anything, take care of me. And we just got a bunch of men running our lives, running the world. That's it. That's it. That's imbalance. There's no mama, no mama, no genuine mama, no political, just mama, no mama. See, mama don't have no political agenda. Mama gonna come in and she gonna clean house. And if you ain't doing correct, she gonna clean house, and you gonna get your shit correct. Men, what? Just keep fighting. I just have to that more, do that more. It's not working. We have to make it bigger. We have to make it stronger. Well, it didn't take out the whole land mass. We got to make sure we can take out a whole continent. I know defenses are important and all that kind of stuff, but that's what I'm getting at. There's no mama. There's just work. We're just a machine. And that's what men do. That's why we need the mama's presence. And that mama's presence isn't just on a platform, it's having a voice, and that voice being respected and honored and protected. Lions, generally speaking, in a proper setting and all, you got a lion, and then you got a pride of the lionesses. The lionesses, they're the ones who go do the hunt. They're running after the game, the prey. The male lion, he sits back, and his roar, the sound of his roar is timed with their attack, because his roar is literally going to catch up to the prey, and it's going to stun the prey just for a split moment, and in that split moment, boom, got him. The main reason why there was one lion to all the ladies, because there was only one lion needed to fight off all the other lions that were going to come mess with the ladies. That's all. That's the main kit and caboodle. So they could live their life and do their thing unhindered. That's why they hang out with that one. Because all the other ones, they just giving them problems. They just acting to younger impulses. Just being straight up an animal and not living life like we need to. And that's why they got that one lion there. Because he's protecting the lionesses from the other lions fucking with them. And that's what we got to do in our world. That's what I found. That's what I've been doing with my life. When it came to my mom or my situation or anything to do on that side of the line,
Otherwise, I'd just be a little cub. Rah, 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 rah. Just gonna complain. Just complain. I gotta pull out the big old bag line. We'll get that one out. Whatever. I mean, transform. Whatever we gotta do. Oh, I've said it plenty of times. I'll say it again for you, Matthew. Uh, what kind of religion do I support? My response back to that is don't belong to any religion. Learn from all sources. When you belong to one, well, you're going to be stuck to that one. And I've learned, I've learned. I don't pick those sides. Heaven, heaven ain't got no entrance that this you hand over your card and it says, oh yeah, you were part of that religion. Yep, yeah, you get in. Oh, you were a part of a different religion. Oh no, I'm sorry, you don't get into heaven. It doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. Spirit don't see the name of your religion. Not like that. No. Heaven don't operate by titles of those sorts. When I found out that heaven don't care about those kinds of things, I stopped thinking like that. I stopped caring about those things. If you want to seek a life, you can live that life. You could become anything that you want to be. And I've seen wonderful people in all sorts of religions. And I've seen horrible people in the exact same religions. So I have found that a title, a covering, a clothing, a grouping, that's not a win. I was told to be no part of the world. That's what I read in that book. How about you? Same words, right? Be no part of the world. No part of the world. Cetra is not a group to follow. Cetra is a way of life that I live. Set is chaos, divine chaos. Ra is divine order, light in darkness, chaos and order. We are we have both of these within us, and we use our chi, our chakras. We use our own energy to be able to balance those two energies and be able to make the wise choice and wise decision in each circumstance. And that wise decision and wise circumstance should not be determined because of how somebody looks or what they're dressed up as, but because of the energy of who they are and what they've done personally with their own life. I know one thing is a fact. This world is full of individuals who seek on a regular daily basis through all sorts of mediums in order to subvert your belief in the divine, that the divine lives within you, that the divine shines within you. And they would seek to do these things to you by division, by getting you to follow the crowd, by getting you to say the little white lie that it's okay, do what we do. Nah, man. I remember being a Jehovah's Witness And man, being in that religion, they're like, oh, we're the nicest people in the world. We're the nicest people in the world. Blah 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 blah. Stuff like that. And when I jumped out that nest, I jumped out the nest. I jumped out before they had a chance to push me out. I saw the push coming. I jumped out before they pushed me. And I met strangers, complete strangers. No religion, no trying to sell me anything, not trying to make me think like them, not trying to do anything. But they saw me and they expressed a kind act that was more pure and sincere than I had ever experienced from any one of those people in that religion. Because every single thing I ever got from anybody within that religion, if I didn't give back, if I didn't pop back, if I didn't balance, there's some bad shit with me. I did something wrong. So all their good acts came with an invisible ticket of you owe me this. In this life, now you give me something, I'll take it. You want to tell me there was something invisible attached behind that? Go ahead and come try to get what you think is yours. I would like to see the show that happens. Whew, that spirit gonna move fast. I don't play those kind of things no more. I don't accept those things no more. You didn't make that shit clear in the beginning. That's nothing I agreed to. You ain't swindling my allegiance to you. You're not subverting the direction of my belief in my life. No. Join the world. It's real easy. That's what they want you to do. Because then you won't ascend. You won't go to back home where you belong. The only reason why I came here was for my brothers and sisters that were on this planet way longer than they ever should have been here. That's the only reason why I came to this planet. My soul lived on somewhere else. This body, born on this planet, you'd call it Earth. My associate is Gaia, has mind, has thoughts, has emotions. All right. And I was very much, body was born here, but my soul from somewhere else. I came here. I know why I came here. I know the wrong has been done. I know the wrong that keeps being done. And it's my family that I seek to save the most. Wherever they are, whoever you are, the people with good hearts, the people doing the good things stuck in a bad situation. And if anything, my continued presence is a reminder that you're not alone, that there are other good people out in this world, that you can achieve your dreams, that you can get beyond what people are putting in front of you. You can be able to stop your mind and whatever thoughts you don't want to be thinking about. You go into bed in those wee hours of the night, start getting thoughts you don't want to have. You can stop those thoughts if you train every day. If you train in your own meditation every day, you will train yourself to have the habit of being able to stop thinking when you choose to. And your whole body will resonate saying, I don't want to think about this. And your mind saying, I don't want to think about it. And what does your whole body do? It knows how to meditate. You're laying down, you're in a relaxed state, and you, boom, mind's clear, pass out, have a nice, good evening of sleep. To be able to have the defenses, not just for our physical body, but for our soul, for our spirit, mental defenses. These are energetical defenses. These energetic defenses, they block all sorts of energy that is chaotic in the world. And this is what provides a peaceful environment for you. And your peaceful environment is within you. Because if that peace is within you,
you're going to feel that peace around you. Many times we wind up feeling anxious or stressed on the inside, and then on the outside, everything feels anxious and stressed. We do create energy in our environment, and we do walk into it. The energy that we create, we wind up feeling it the most. And a lot of those times, we forget that other people are feeling energy too. They're feeling their own energy. Their perception is what they're feeling. The personal perception is what one is feeling. Those can be two vastly different experiences over the same situation. They can. And I live it on a regular basis enough. Appreciate it, Jim Jam. In the mornings at three in the morning, we start out with a couple of blessings in English and a few, I should say, four in particular. Yeah, three, four. There's four. So one to Divine Mother in her loving form is all set as a Divine Mother, and there's another one to Sekhmet, and as a protectress form of the Divine Mother, and then to the Divine Father, and then the last one is bringing in the self into that as well. Hebrew, the Divine Child. Hebrew, what I've learned on the Divine Path is that these energies are not just divine immaterial beings that we can't connect with, but they are very conscious, they are very active, and we can connect with them. And when we connect with them, we learn and we discover that that energy it resonates inside of us, that we can literally live as that divine energy and that resonance. And that's what they were there for. That's what the stories were left for. That's to let us know what we are capable of becoming yet again, to make correct and positive choices rather than the types of choices we made in the past. This is the next portion of spirituality. You get through meditation, you do all of that, you do your shadow work, you work through that, you wind up discovering some abilities. So now you're able to essentially, not be bombarded mentally by anything you don't want to be bombarded by. You know how that goes. And now you have the ability as an alchemist to be able to shift your energy. One thing I learned about the Divine Father when I was younger was that they could morph, they could shift into anything, they could become anything so as to affect a solution to whatever situation was occurring. And the more that I've studied, and the more that I've looked at the ancient texts, the more I believe as the Divine Father and the Divine Mother are creators in their own being of what they do naturally. We are their children, and thus we are creators. What is our purpose? It's to create. It's to create heaven on earth. It's to create the best vision within our mind upon the world that can benefit people, not a selfish vision, but something that can benefit others. Our creations make others' lives easier. How often does somebody come up with a problem? They're dealing with something that's causing a frustration in their life, and then someone, they hear about it, they figure out a solution, they come up with a product, and boom, 6.99, and got the solution right there, a tool, whatever they needed. It's right. And we do that all the time. We help each other solve our own problems and situations of that sort. We are creators. We are. And if by viewing the self as a creator more and more every single day, there's the desire and the longing to find something to create, something new to create. Isn't that something I thought about a lot when I was younger? I want to do something. I want to create something into this world that's completely new. You know, they came out with a new kind of music, so they had to have a new word. You know, I wanted to do something. How do you present something new to this world? That's a hard one right there. Well, you learn about yourself, you figure out your abilities, and you work on that something for a really, 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 really long time. Nobody else is working on it, nobody else is talking about it. And then one day the environment is ripe and the information goes out. I wrote my book that contains a lot of positive information. And I had wrote this. I wrote it in 20. Started writing it in like 2013, 2014, around there, and I finished writing it. I think it was like 2018, 2020. Yeah, somewhere around the 2020. It was 8 years total that it took me to write it, and after I have the book complete, it's in published form. I have the actual book in front of me, and COVID hits and I start seeing articles pop up online talking about the very information I have published in my book. The stuff that I ain't seen nobody talk about. I ain't heard nobody talk about. I tried to get people on talking about it. Nobody had the time of day. I tried more than one. I tried to use the word in the language. I tried to explain that. Nobody wanted to hear nothing of it. But then all of a sudden, COVID kicks up, and all these articles coming out on Yahoo News and different platforms. I'm like, huh, they're saying a lot of stuff that I was saying. Guess the whole world's going through isolation, kind of like I had to go through. Hmm. Everybody going through their homework mode if they choose to do that. There's a global lesson going on right now. I noticed that there was a massive shift. That was a massive shift. That was a massive energetical shift. That's really when I started seeing my life all around me on every screen I pulled up, movies, commercials, articles, scientist stuff. And that's when I knew that global consciousness was online, that it's kicking because it's connected. We're all connected. This happens to all of us. And the stronger that we work on our own connection, on our own self, the more others see and hear us beyond the videos, beyond the actual physical screen. We can connect with each other way more than we ever have before, especially with the science coming out now, especially with things being discovered every single day, more and more and more on what we're actually capable of when we are aligned with our own energy, with our own resonance. And to me, that's divine presence because that's stability. Humans usually, typically, we don't consider too stable because those emotions can go one way or another. Things can turn and things get out of whack. It takes a lot for us to look at a human and say they're stable. Yeah, they got that and they got this and they got that and all that's flowing. They're stable. but to truly be stable in your own energy and to resonate that energy, it increases the field, the reach of its distance increases. And that's how we communicate more and more. That's how we get a hug going around this whole world at one time. Because it's not our physical bodies that are going to be hugging the world, but our spirit's going to wrap it up like an egg, and it's going to take care of everything inside. It's going to allow alignment. It's going to allow good things. The bad stuff, it's going to work itself out. It's all on its own. Because when I personally read the book growing up, that old book talking about God's love and all this good stuff, and Yeshua being like all this good stuff and love your neighbor and all this other stuff, I was like, it's like, well, I was 5. I was 5. And I was like, well, I would fight back then. I was a scrapper. I don't care. If I saw a fight going on, I don't know who it is. I'm gonna run and jump in. Let's go. Let's have fun. Woohoo. Shisha. I don't care. But when I learned that, when I read that, when I took that into my own being, I said, well, it's saying not to do that. Divine Father, Divine Pop is saying, no, don't go do that bad stuff. Don't go do that. It's saying be love. Love ain't involved in trying to hurt somebody, especially with a gun or any other item. Love. And if love pumps up like that, that's full defense. That's full defense to protect. Love will transform into a monster to protect its own kiddos anytime, any moment. That mama bear, she was real nice walking through the forest until her cubs were messed with, and then she ripped apart whatever got close to her cubs. It's, it's different circumstances. I'm having a conversation right now. And that conversation goes a little like, well, how do you feel knowing that the whole world hears you? I don't care. It's great. I'm happy. But someone living with me snooping on every fucking word I ever fucking say, I hate it. If I open my door to you, then I open my door to you. I'm happy to share everything with you. I'm happy to hang out with you. But if I open my door to you and you close the door and then you actually listening to me the whole time, well, I hate that. I don't like that. That's a conversation that went on in my head right there. I've been in homes where I had audio surveillance on me 24/7, and I didn't find out about it till damn near the end I was out. When I did finally actually find out about it, that's why I was out. I didn't have to tell them. I didn't even tell them. I knew, told the people I knew it. I knew they were spying on me from the beginning. Oh, not at that place, but I found out close to the end. My behavior started changing. I didn't say a damn thing. I didn't say a damn thing. I didn't try to mislead it in conversation. I didn't try to say stuff when they weren't home. I didn't, nothing, nothing. Temple of silence. Temple of fucking silence. You want to play stupid with me? I'm going to play stupid with you. And I hate doing that. That's how I feel about that. Your thoughts are pretty easy. Awareness is impossible to miss. When somebody's aware versus people that are not aware, that's night and day for me. You paying attention to little things, you paying attention to big things. People gonna misdirect you just like a magician, but they suck. Because even a magician, they just, one on the stage, they just throwing tricks at you. It's something they learned how to do is fast. They shine this with you, did something with their other hand, and woo, wow, wow. It's just a trick. It wasn't real. It's just a trick. Sleight of hand. I have a different mentality in my head than tricks. Showy display of something to make it look flashy and woo, cool. Reality is a lot more funner than any virtual reality you'll ever jump into. Reality is real, right? What is it in one movie? It's like it's the only place you could get a meal. It's the only way you could feed your body. It's in reality. People are full of questions. I'm not. I got all my questions answered. I saw the truths I needed to see because I believed. I believed while everybody around me didn't believe. While everybody else is talking about living a better life, I'm living the better life. Does it look like I'm living the better life? No, it does not. It looks completely different. The last time I checked, I'm not supposed to win some gold medal in this world. It's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to win anything. I'm here to find my family, to encourage them to move their life forward so their heart can be lighter than a feather, so their soul can blast off to the sun and go through that great portal and go home. It's important to do good things for our world, and it's important to do good things for other people. But for me, this isn't where I'm coming back to. This isn't, I don't want to, if I build something, it's just to leave it here for other people. It's what I've been doing with my life. I get stuff, I acquire stuff and live with somebody else. Okay, it's your stuff now. I'm not interested in fighting over it. I'm not interested in those things. I'm interested in my happiness. I'm not the only one. There's other people who've been through it. And my daughter's passed a couple years ago. My mom, she was my best friend, she passed. Those are massive life changing events. When you have something such as your kids and they pass away, car accident. It was a car accident. I wasn't in the state. I wasn't in the car. It wasn't me. When something like that happens, nobody else's opinions, they don't add up. Other people's lives, they're insignificant. I don't care what they've had. I don't care what you've lost. I know what I've lost. I know what I don't have the chance of ever having. Not with those ones. Not that. That's gone. That door closed. Gone. People have lost others. And people run around and they get praised for being a bully. They go pick on other people and they get cheered on for that. Do it, hurt them more, yay. I was 5 years old when I went through a traumatic event in my life. And at 5 years old, I started treating every single person as if the wrong word out of my mouth could make them go through trauma, could make them go through that traumatic pain. At 5 years old, that's how I started mentally living my life every day. At 5 years old, I started watching what I say to other people at 5 years old because I didn't want to make them feel like I felt. The lack of parents, the lack of love, the lack of respect, that's the environment from a bunch of men running everything. That's what we got. That's what we got. You got one man dressed up in a dress, and you got one man dressed up in a suit, and they made a deal, and they support each other, and they tell you what to do, and the other one manipulates you in doing what the other one wants you to do. That's it. Go all the way back to Charlemagne and do your fucking research. It's been like that for thousands of years. This was a truth that we were very much made aware of in religion. Surprisingly enough, as a Jehovah's Witness back then. You can go do your research. You can read it in any book you want. I did my research. Charlemagne, he made his deal with the Pope. You got my back. I got your back. I'll go kill everybody else. And Charlemagne did. He went across Europe and slaughtered everybody who wouldn't choose to be Christian. Now everybody's dead who would give opposition. Now they only have one person to listen to, and he's dressed up in a dress, and the other one got like shiny stuff and a crown. Gosh, don't they go together? Boy. And then we create America, and we got the same shit storm going on over here. I thought we were supposed to be America and be free, not fucking chained to a goddamn monarchy. That's why I don't go join the world. That's why I don't go join their groups. That's why I don't care what they do. What am I gonna go support a group of thousands of people that are hurting each other? A quarter of them is blessing each other. The other 3/4 is fighting each other. And at the top, they just happy with all the money and fame they got. Fuck no, I ain't gonna go support that. No. No. Why are people supporting it? Because they're a bully and they want to learn how to be a better bully and hurt people and manipulate them and stuff like that? That's why they like that crap. That's why they support that. Gosh, they love their brainwashing centers very much. I learned that all the real secret agents, all the sleeper agents in the world, they were brainwashed. They were brainwashed in different groups, in different societies, in different organizations. They were brainwashed. And if you do anything else, you have no more friends and you're going to lose everything you have. And so they're brainwashed, and then they're literally threatened with their life being lost so that they stay in there. And they stay there for like 40 fucking years. And then all of a sudden something happens and they're not in it anymore. Well, 40 years of habits is not going to change just because you don't go into their building anymore. So now you're the sleeper fucking agent going around finding me and other people like me and kind, loving individuals, and you're like, you gotta be me. Be what I am. Do what you're wrong. You're wrong. You're all wrong because you don't do what I do. What the fuck is wrong with people? They're sleeper agents and they're active. And religion fucking taught them.
You want to call it a three-letter organization? Shit, they got a bunch of names all over the world. They got the buildings with the acoustics, so it puts you into a hypnotic state, and they could say and do anything they want because they're the masters of magician in that fucking hall. That's the magician, and the whole group is just a... And now we get to sing. I ain't, not me. I learned that shit. If that's what you want, you could have it. You know, everybody does what they want in this world. It's okay. You know. I do have Native American blood. I've got Aztec blood. I've got Cherokee blood, and I've got a little bit of Lakota as well. Oh, thanks, Dello. Said, damn, the troll wizard is speaking facts. I honestly can't disagree. It's cool. That's a good one. I like that. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, Jen, that's not easy. That's not easy. Losing a parent, losing a mom or dad. Which one? You know, some people are closer with one or the other. I was closer with my mom. You might have been closer with your dad there. Either way, that's never easy. That's never easy. But it is a state of transformation. I found that is a state of transformation. That's when we are truly, wow, wow, interesting. All right, I'm gonna go there. So, like when our parents died, we had a Shiva moment. And what I mean by we had a Shiva moment is Shiva is destruction or he can be transformation. So that's very intriguing. At that state when or especially a parent and even a child, when a loved one dies, it can leave us in a state where we're going to either go through destruction, self-destruction, or we're going to go through a state of transformation. And for me, I found with my mom, I mentioned it before, that transformation, that was becoming her. That was making sure that what my mom had to teach on this world, what she could do, how she would help people. It's time for me to pick up that baton. It's time for me to pick up that walk and start walking that myself. When she was alive and kicking, I could be the little kid. I could play video games. I could not worry about those things. I go work my 9 to 5. Mom did all that other stuff. But now that mom's not there, I don't need a religion around me to realize that, hey, there's some people that need help or whatever the case in my whatever, wherever I am. And so by becoming her, by picking up that baton and picking up essentially where she left off, smoothing out whatever rough edges I could, whatever didn't match so much, it has a little rough part of her characteristic. Let me take that out. I don't have to copy that exactly. Make a little bit smoother experience for others. Let me get you plugged back in over here. Good. Yeah. It's looking good. Boom.
Solid. Eastern time. It's 8:41 here. So, Sweaty Jim Jam. Yeah, it's two people with the name Jim Jam in there. That's cool. He said, "Are you high?" Yeah, off of mantras, off of meditation. I've been drinking water all morning. I got my little weed pen, but this is real. And if you go back, well, you can't go back. Well, you could. You have to find the video and all that, but there's an actual article. There's actual science research that happened, and I'm just going to say this on the short end because I spent 2 3 days and I've talked about it for a long time. Shared the article and punched it in and all that stuff. And in that they did a research. They did a multitude of researches, and the study's still going on. Actually, it wasn't the end of the study. They released this before they even finished the whole study. Though they had got a group of monks, and they got a group. I forget the religion, but a group that speaks in tongues, and the monks and their mantras and what they're speaking and their chants, those words have meaning. Those words have resonance, and in the group that was just speaking in the tongues, there's no meaning to their words. They're just saying whatever jumps into them to say. They allowed them to do their ceremony for each one respectively in their own environments, of course, and then they asked participants from each group the same questions, and they showed the answers given, and they said, we you don't know whose answer is whose, but guess which who you think, whether it was the monk or whether it was the group speaking tongues, the religious speaking tongues. And in all the questions and all the answers, I should say, their responses blended. You couldn't tell which group was of which group. They were having the same experience. They went further. There was another study done, and there was this lady who was having mushroom trip-like experiences, and without doing anything, without any substance intake. So they brought her in, they studied her, all that kind of stuff, and they verified it. She was literally able to go into a state of mind equivalent to taking mushrooms and having a full on trip. And she could do this without any substance intake. Then there is a third one. And the third one brings the first two home. And they actually studied the body in these states, and they found that when we go into meditative states, when we go into chance, when we can access these areas, people literally in their own bodies was creating enough cannabinoids to get high and enough DMT to have a substantial trip. We make this stuff in our own body. We can make it in our own body without any outside influence.
And there's a formula for it. And I roll that formula out every single morning I wake up. Because if I don't have to pay to feel this darn good, well, I'll keep reading and I'll keep sending out blessings because I care less what anybody else thinks. I'm with my heart. And my heart, I found some peace at the end of that divine journey, at the end of that spirit walk. I found peace. I found how to get that peace every moment of my life. I know how to snatch it right back. If I ever let it go a little, I snatch it right back whenever I want that peace right back with me, and now I'm good again. And people are always left wondering why. And I don't care. I could care less. Their questions, that's for them. They ain't done the work. They ain't gonna know. There's Yeshua. He'd always ask these. He always, he always bring up the parables in that old book. The parables. You say this, but he's real talking about that. Most people that he'd say the parable to the whole crowd. There'd be thousands of people or whatever, and then the whole crowd they walk away, right? They're all kind of murmuring, talking. What's he talking about? He's talking about this. Now he's talking about that. Blah 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 blah. And everybody got a different opinion. They talking about amongst themselves. They like to use the word disciples. I like to use the word friends, family. His true friends, his true family. They stuck around after everybody left. When nobody else was around, they say, "Yo, bro, what you mean by that?" And then he explained it to him. See, everybody else had too much pride in themselves. Too much pride to go ask. Too much pride to say, what did you mean? Too much pride to make a personal contact. They were just there for the show. The dude knew. He knew it was a show. He knew. They just there for the show. That's why he didn't waste all the extra words on them. That's why he saved those precious words for the ones who cared for his family. And then he divulged that information. Boom. There you go. And what did his family do? What did the brothers do? Says, what did they do? They write it. They wrote their accounts down. And that's what we got that survived. They let everybody else know what he was saying. They let everybody else know what the little secret was that he was up to. The world's not about number. It's not about gaining popularity. It's not. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's not what you want. I mean, if you think it's what you want, then go get a camera, put it in. I'm not telling you to do this, but just idea wise, put a camera in every single one of your rooms, make sure it's hooked up to a live stream, and boom, now everybody hears you, sees you 24/7. I mean, pretty much that's what's going on. So you no longer the privacy is it's non-existent, becomes non-existent. Because in heaven there are no walls, there is no darkness, there are no secrets being hidden. It's a complete change of mentality. It's a complete change of sight. People wanting abilities like omniscience or something of that sort. Well, you see everything, you're going to be connected to everything. Just because you see it don't mean you're just watching. Your energy's connected to it. Quantum entanglement. That changes things. That changes dynamics. That's an energy. That's energy that's flowing on a regular basis now to and from that source. Every single one of them, every contact made, it's responsibility. It's important. And there's a lot of people who don't take life seriously. There's a lot of people who don't see the importance in life. I just got to maneuver around those individuals. I don't have time to teach them anything. I don't have time to slow down for those ones. I don't,
Maybe you do. There's other people out there, I'm sure, that will, but I know my course and I know what I've moved beyond. I know some things. Some things. I'm gonna you. I'll give you a great example. Great example. This happened with one person in particular. It ended everything. It ended everything because I wasn't budging from it. I wasn't moving on to another subject. And if they had humility, if they had some love, a different action would have happened. But this is what I'm talking about. Look, I've been working this magic stuff for a good while now. Okay, I've been through some experiences, and I had one person, and I'm chatting with him online and whatnot, and met him in person and stuff too. And it gets to a point, week, 2 weeks, whatever the case, as we're chatting and whatnot, and they feel the need to remind me of essentially a spiritual lesson that like happened in pre-K. It was like a spiritual lesson in pre-K. And this shit's been mastered beyond mastered and like if you've been through the spiritual journey, like you got that lesson. I never need to even mention it to you. Like it's you got that, yeah. Obviously. There's no way we are where we are today if we didn't get that fucking lesson down. Okay. And the individual wanted to bring this information to my plate. I said, okay, yeah. I acknowledged them. I told them, yeah, gotcha. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm not wasting time to explain it to them. I'm not going back through 15 years of memories to say no. I'm not doing that for them. No, you don't. I'm just gonna no. I hear you, and I'm deciding not to. And you're gonna keep throwing it down my throat over and over and over, over and over and over through other comments. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't need ABC lessons. I don't need your ABC lessons. Maybe you didn't get the lesson yourself and you're trying to solidify it in your own mind, but I got that lesson. Check. Got the postcard and all that shit. Got the stamp. You want to pull it up on the fucking, you can go look into records for yourself. Go out and it's there. And I told him, well, you let me know if you want to still be friends. However it ended. They said, we'll chat in a week or two. Their position didn't change. They came right back to telling me what they thought I should be doing. Bye. That's all I have to say. Bye. I've lived in environments. I've been forced into environments. I've been forced into situations with people who are going to degrade my own worth of what I actually am. You're not going to make me feel less of myself. I'm already aware that that's tactic number one of a bully, of somebody who wants me to not be doing good. That's a tactic number one, make me feel bad about myself. That ain't going through. That ain't gonna go through. This is what happens when you do your shadow work. When you do your shadow work, you go through every single personal memory you've ever had and everything you've ever done, and you're able to work out everything so that you're aware of it from top to bottom. Spirits that are unruly and really want to bring you down, that's where they attack. They attack at your personal memories. Oh, they took that, be angry. Oh, that happened, do this, oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, feel bad about that. Yeah. Hold on, wait, no. I already did the work on that. That was the shadow work. I worked through all of that. If there was a new event I went through, I did my shadow work on that right away. Just because you grow up in the spirit don't mean you don't ever do no shadow work again. That's a regular thing that's going to keep coming back and coming back and coming. That's just any new event's going to cause you need to do some shadow work on that. The spirits certainly want to cause you to be confused, to doubt your own actions, blame yourself, have doubt of yourself, and now you no longer have will. Now you no longer have will power. No, you're no longer a free, liberated individual. Now you're stuck doing what they want you to do. Not me. I've seen enough in this world. I've experienced enough in this world. Not me. Exactly. Split open wide with the shadow work. And that's a very good point. I mean, so that one can look at all of those things. Because when spirits come up, that's what they do. They use personal memories, they use those personal things. But if you've already, for me, sliced myself open, looked at all of those things, I know it. So if I ever have those thoughts, I already know right away it's another spiritual presence that's trying to attack my mentality. As soon as I'm aware of that, well, there's no fighting with it, just ignoring it. You just turn your back on it. They don't have nobody to interact with anymore. People definitely want the interaction. They want you to pass the ball back. Well, that's your choice if you want to. It's everybody's choice in any moment if they want to. If they're happy with that ball, maybe it's a basketball and you like football better. Whatever the case, it's your choice. It's your choice to stick out your hands and catch it, or to just watch it fly by, land on the ground over there. That's your choice. People throw things all the time. It doesn't have to be physical to stick to you. Being aware of those things puts the ball in your field, puts the ball in your court, gives you the ability to do what you want because now you're aware of it. Just by becoming aware, we start unlocking choices, we start having options. So continue being aware, continue paying attention as much as you can, as much as you have. Be aware that too much time, it's going to open up the doorway for problems to roll through. Pay attention when things are going really good for a good long while. You know, it's like the mom and dad at home, and they got two kids, and the kids are always yelling and screaming and everything. And then all of a sudden, the parents go, "Hold on a second, it's really quiet around here. You notice that?" Mark goes, "Yeah, I noticed that too." Kids got into something, creating a mess or something like that. Yeah, yeah, that's usually what happens. The more you're able to listen, the more you're able to take in and not have to be part of their group, the more advantages that you wind up having in your own life. And those advantages are going to allow you to live a life that you choose to live and not a life that somebody gives to you to live. In my past, I have suffered living the life that other people chose for me, and I didn't know any better. I didn't choose any different. And I've learned over the years, and I've paid attention so that I can choose, so that I can make my own choice, so that nobody is going to get between me, my mother, and my divine father and what I choose to wind up doing. There ain't no human on this world getting in between that. Nope. I don't care what your group got to offer me. Nope. I don't care what your riches got to. Nope. I don't care for none of it. I don't care for not an ounce of it. Not in exchange for the relationship with my mother and my father in the heavens. Nope. That's more than me. Their opinion is more valuable to any person on this world and what they think they want to do on this world or have me to do on or anything. That's more important. That's that connection. That's what got me here today. That's what got me to survive through 3 months in the woods. That's what got me to survive when there was a group of people of more than 20 people and every single one stomped my ass in physically because there was lies spread out about me. And I stood right next to them and they didn't do a darn thing. They're the ones who protected me. And never showed up and said and done that for me except my mama. Mama was the only physical person to do that for me in my life until she passed on. And mama and papa up there, they'll send anybody they need to whatever needs to happen. My family, I know there are many people around the world and you got a soul of angel, fairy, fae, goodness, light, love, blessedness. And this world may have beat you down. This world may have given you a different attitude. This world may have done something that left you scarred. But maybe, just maybe, you can find some bit of bright, shining glimmer of a spark inside of your heart. And I tell you, once that does upstart, whole life changes. All the obstacles go to the wayside. And that's when they start getting their wings back. Because your wings let you move, your wings let you travel. If you ain't got your wings, you're stuck. Ground, grounded, right? Like mom and dad say, you're grounded, can't go anywhere. Grounded, no wings, grounded. But once you get your wings back, what you gonna do with your life now that you can go anywhere you want to go? It's been wonderful. I thank you for hanging out. Going. We'll be back again live 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Thanks for joining us on TikTok. Thanks for joining us over here on YouTube. If you have any questions, concerns, feel free to shoot me an email, etc@yahoo.com. If you care to make a donation, I got my GoFundMe page hooked up. If you enjoyed today's programming, info, hang out, whatever. If not, no worries. And other than that, Donna De Goai. Until we see you next time, much love and many blessings.